informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye.
We have taken the move by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, INEC voids primaries held after May 30th. Supreme Court upholds death by hanging for kidnapper. Hundreds protest in Libya outside UN agency against undocumented migrants. U.S. Senate passes $70 billion in new funds for border patrol. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Independent National Electoral Commission has warned political parties that any primary election conducted outside the Commission's May 30 deadline remains invalid unless a higher court overturns an earlier Federal High Court judgment on the matter. INEC National Commissioner and Chairman of the Information and Voter Education Committee, Mohammed Haruna, made the disclosure in a media chat, stated that political parties are bound by the provisions of the 2026 Electoral Act, pending the determination of the Commission's appeal before the Court of Appeal. The INEC Commissioner's position follows the ongoing legal dispute over the Commission's timetable for party primaries and candidate nominations ahead of the 2027 general election. The Federal High Court in Abuja, presided over by Justice Mohammed Umar, in a judgment, had nullified aspects of INEC's electoral guidelines and schedule put in place for the conduct of the 2027 general elections, which reduced the timelines provided under Section 29, subsection 1 of the Electoral Act 2026 for the submission of party membership records and candidates' particulars. The court also held that INEC could not abridge timelines already provided under the Electoral Act, noting that the electoral body acted outside its statutory powers under the Electoral Act, following which the Commission filed an appeal and sought a stay of execution of the judgment. The leadership of the Nigeria Democratic Congress says it has commenced a reconciliation process aimed at resolving grievances arising from its primary elections held across the country last weekend. The decision was reached at the party's second National Executive Committee meeting as part of efforts to unite aggrieved members and address concerns raised over the conduct of the primaries. In a statement issued on Friday, the National Secretary of the party, ENUGU, refuted the allegation of irregularities, manipulation, and the imposition of candidates by some aspirants that participated in the presidential, governorship, National Assembly, and State House of Assembly primaries. He said the claims that the elections were characterized by irregularities and candidate imposition were false and largely driven by a misunderstanding of the party's constitution and guidelines, as well as what it described as deliberate attempts to undermine its growing influence. The NDC said it adopted a consensus-building approach that emphasized stakeholder consultations and internal dialogue to minimize disputes and strengthen party cohesion, saying that the Southeast, caucus leaders, and political stakeholders were tasked with coordinating consultations and making recommendations based on the political realities of their respective states. According to the statement, reports of aspirants prematurely declaring themselves candidates, as well as complaints regarding aspects of the process, had been referred to the party's appeal panel and leadership for resolution. Tempers flared in the House of Representatives on Thursday as lawmakers clashed over allegation of signature forgery linked to the race for the minority leadership position. Benue lawmaker Philip Agbese raised a matter of privilege, alleging that his name and signature were used without his consent in a document circulating on social media, endorsing Imo lawmaker Ikenga Ugochinyere for the position of minority leader.
I want to seek of the leave of this House to probe and investigate and to stop further any use of my signature going further for any of this kind of purpose. Mr. Speaker, I also want to pray this Honorable House to stop Honorable Ikenga and members of his team or his agents or anybody acting on his behalf from further maligning my name.
Responding, Ugochinyere insisted that Agbese signed the document and also denied any financial inducement.
Mr. Speaker, my brother arrived from Benue late for our meeting, met me in the office, in the presence of some of my colleagues that I will bring forward, and voluntarily, on his own and independently, pledged and signed my nomination for the post of minority leader.
I never did, Mr. Ikenga.
Mr. Speaker.
I never did that, Mr. Ikenga.
Mr. Speaker.
I never did.
The disagreement triggered a rowdy session as lawmakers exchanged arguments on the floor. Speaker Tajuddin Abbas eventually restored order and assured the House that the allegations would be investigated.
Made by our dear brother. We'll take the appropriate actions when the time comes. But for now, let us be a little bit patient. Let's get the documents and let's verify and investigate and confirm first beyond reasonable doubt that there is a case to answer. We will take this issue further. But give me that honor to go through this issue and be sure that there is a case to answer. By Tuesday, next plenary, we will do the needful, I assure you.
Meanwhile, Ugo Chinyere has released a video to back his claim that Philip Agbese signed the document endorsing him for the position of minority leader. In the CCTV footage Thursday night, Agbese, who represents Ado Opohu Obadibo Federal Constituency of Benue, is allegedly seen discussing with Ugo Chinyere in his office before signing a document. Some opposition lawmakers had on Wednesday nominated the Imo-born lawmaker for the minority leader position to succeed Kingsley Chinda, who vacated the role after emerging as the All Progressives Congress governorship candidate for Rivers State. In a statement issued after plenary, Mukhtar Umar, an NDC member from Kano, and Oluwaseyi Soumi, NDC member from Lagos, said all opposition lawmakers voluntarily signed the document endorsing Ugo Chinyere. They stated that there was no forgery or fake signature in the nomination of Ikenga Ugo Chinyere of the Action People's Party for the position of minority leader, and urged Nigerians to disregard claims of forgery and rely on verifiable facts regarding the nomination process. And still from the Green Chamber, the House has ordered an investigation into the activities of the Director General of the National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies, Professor Abubakar Suleiman, over alleged participation in partisan politics while in office. The resolution followed a motion sponsored by Salisu Yusuf, who alleged that Suleiman took part in the APC governorship primaries in Kwara State without resigning as required by law. The House mandated its Committee on Legislative
for 31st day of March 2026 to give effect to the provision of federal extant laws and regulations.
In another resolution, the House urged government offices to stop rejecting members of the National Youth Service Corps, following a motion by Rodney Amboe, who described the scheme as a key instrument for national unity and development.
The House concerned that the scheme, which is designed to provide willing workforce to the public and private sector, is currently facing setbacks as government establishments are rejecting NYSC Corps members, denying them service opportunities and experience. This has left many graduates vulnerable to exploitation by private firms and crime, while wasting the scheme's intended workforce for public and private sectors.
The Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission has approved a special compensation package for eligible Band A electricity customers affected by poor power supply, arising from generation constraints on the national grid between February and March 2026. In a public notice on its social media handles, the Commission said the directive was introduced following significant generation shortfalls across the Nigerian electricity supply industry, which prevented electricity distribution companies from delivering the minimum service levels guaranteed to some Band A customers in the first quarter of the year. The Commission explained that the supply disruptions were largely caused by factors beyond the control of electricity distribution companies, blaming the situation on inadequate gas supply and vandalism of critical gas and transmission infrastructure. NERC said customers connected to Band A feeders that recorded an average daily supply of between 18 and 20 hours during the period would continue to be compensated under the existing framework. It further directed electricity distribution companies to complete compensation for February 2026 no later than May 31st, 2026, while compensation for March 2026 must be concluded by June 30th, 2026. Some bandits invaded the Igbosi area of Idogun in Ose local government area of Ondo State, destroying 2 buildings and kidnapping a 9-year-old boy in the early hours of Friday. The bandits entered the community at about 1 a.m., shooting sporadically to scare residents, and reportedly destroyed the 2 houses before picking up the victim and whisking him away to an unknown destination. The boy, identified as Oluwatobi, is said to be the son of a pastor in the community, Isaac Olosobikon. The State Police Public Relations Officer, Abayomi Jimo, who confirmed the incident in a WhatsApp message, said efforts were ongoing to rescue the victim and apprehend the perpetrators. He added that personnel of the command and the Amotekun Corps had been mobilized to the scene and had launched a coordinated search and rescue operation. The Supreme Court on Friday upheld the death sentence by hanging for a convicted Delta State kidnapper, Chelino Halim. In a unanimous decision, a 5-member panel of the Apex Court dismissed the appeal by the convict as lacking in merit and upheld the 2017 judgment of an Asaba High Court that the proof of evidence established Halim's involvement in armed robbery and kidnapping. In a lead judgment read by Justice Chioma Nwosu Iheme, the Supreme Court held that there was no doubt about the appellant's identity as one of the gang members, and that the evidence abducted at trial established his presence at the scene of the crime. The trial court heard that the defendant, together with his accomplices, kidnapped one Joan Osemene on February 9, 2014, and took her to an unknown location in Ibusa, Delta State. The judgment comes amid a rising spate of kidnappings across the Federation, including recent abductions of pupils and teachers from schools in Oyo and Borno states. Still to come, U.S. Senate passes $70 billion in new funds for border patrol. Israel continues strikes and forced displacement in Lebanon. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Hundreds of Libyans have gathered outside the UN Refugee Agency headquarters in Tripoli to protest against undocumented migrants that they say should leave Libya. Protesters on Thursday chanted "Libya belongs to Libyans" and calls for the closure of the UNHCR headquarters in the capital, holding signs reading "Our love for our country is not racism" and "Libya is not the world's garbage bin." Demonstrators accused the UN agency of seeking to settle undocumented migrants in the North African country. Since a NATO-backed uprising in 2011, Libya has become a transit route for hundreds of thousands of migrants fleeing conflict and poverty, often from sub-Saharan Africa, with many risking dangerous journeys across the desert or the Mediterranean. The UN agency in Libya affirmed the right of all Libyans to express their opinions, but warned about the spread of misleading information and hate speech regarding its work in the country. The US Senate handed President Donald Trump a victory early Friday morning, passing a bill that would provide the Department of Homeland Security with an additional $70 billion for immigration enforcement and sending it to the House of Representatives for final consideration. The Senate voted 52-47 to approve the legislation, with no support from Democrats. One Republican voted against the bill. Republicans accused Democrats of defunding immigration and customs enforcement and border patrol, despite the agencies having a combined $100 billion in unspent funds that was part of a larger DHS spending package enacted last year by Republicans. The House is expected to take up the measure before next week, according to Republican leaders. Israel's deadly strikes continue across Lebanon despite the announcement of a new US-brokered ceasefire agreed between Lebanese and Israeli officials in Washington, D.C. The country's health ministry disclosed that at least 3,526 people have now been killed and 10,733 injured in Israeli strikes on Lebanon since March 2nd. Hezbollah chief Naim Qassem has rejected the ceasefire deal as a farce, warning that northern Israel will remain a target for fighters as long as Israel continues to bomb Lebanon. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps said there would be no peace in the region until Israel withdraws from Lebanese territory, adding that a deal between Tehran and Washington also involves an end to the conflict in Lebanon. Up next is sports news with Christopher Lele.
Nigerian Super Eagles have arrived in Portugal ahead of the international friendly match against the FIFA World Cup-bound Portuguese national team. Fresh from their successful outing at the Unity Cup in London, the three-time African champions were held to a 2-2 draw by Poland in an international friendly played in Warsaw on Wednesday. The team led by head coach Eric Chell touched down in Lisbon, the capital city of Portugal, on Thursday as preparations intensify for Sunday's highly anticipated encounter. The friendly match is expected to provide another important test for the Super Eagles as Chell continues to assess his squad ahead of upcoming competitive fixtures. Angola's preparations for upcoming international assignments have been disrupted following the cancellation of a scheduled friendly match against Botswana due to travel-related difficulties affecting the visiting team. The Botswana Football Association confirmed that logistical challenges prevented the national team from making the trip for the international fixture, forcing the cancellation of a match that was expected to provide both sides with valuable competitive preparation during the FIFA international window. The cancellation represents a setback for both countries, as friendly matches play an important role in player assessment, squad development, and maintaining competitive fitness ahead of major tournaments and qualification campaigns. Angola's football authorities are now expected to explore alternative arrangements to ensure the Palancas Negras maximize the current international window, while Botswana will focus on addressing the issues that led to the cancellation. Portugal captain Cristiano Ronaldo is expected to feature in his country's international friendly against Nigeria after reportedly making himself available for selection ahead of the highly anticipated encounter in Lisbon. The veteran forward had initially been taped to sit out of the fixture as part of efforts to manage his workload ahead of the FIFA World Cup. Reports suggested Portugal's coaching staff were considering giving the 41-year-old an additional rest following a demanding campaign to ensure he arrived at the tournament in peak condition. The friendly is expected to serve as Portugal's final test before the World Cup and offers the coach an important opportunity to assess his team against one of Africa's leading football nations. Ronaldo's availability is recorded as a significant boost for the Portuguese side as they finalize their plans for the tournament. For Nigeria, the prospect of facing one of football's most decorated players adds extra intrigue to an already high-profile fixture. In golf, Jennifer Kupcho made a strong start to golf's second women's major of the year as she leads the US Women's Open by one shot after the first round on Thursday. The 29-year-old American fired a 5-under-66 at Revelry Country Club in Los Angeles to lead from South Korea's Kim Se-young. Kupcho, whose only previous major title came at the Chevron Championship in 2022, opened with 3 straight birdies and finished with 7 overall, along with 2 bogeys. In cricket, Ollie Robinson said he thought he would never play Test cricket for England again after he ended a 2-year absence at Lord's on Thursday. On a chaotic opening day of England's first Test against New Zealand, the 32-year-old made his comeback in emphatic style, taking 4 wickets for 10 runs, including a triple wicket maiden in his first over. Robinson's last international appearance came against India in 2024 and had been overlooked by selectors due to concerns relating to conditioning. With a new ball in his hand, Robinson started his first over on Thursday by bowling 2 dot balls before dismissing Devon Conway for IBW. That's sports news on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lele.
Nigerian reality star and comedian D1 has criticized gospel singer Yinka Alaseyori for apologizing to Nigerians over her comments on insecurity. Popular rapper CDQ is alleging that the Nigerian music industry is heavily influenced by powerful cabals, gangs, and cult groups. And popular Nigerian streamer Pella engages his lover, Jarvis, amid ongoing pregnancy rumors. Queeneth Mokonta has the details on entertainment news.
Nigerian reality star and comedian D1 has criticized gospel singer Yinka Alaseyori for apologizing to Nigerians over her comments on insecurity. Alaseyori had urged Nigerians to pray for President Bola Tinubu and security agencies, stating during a live prayer session that the government was making effort to address insecurity amid public concern over recent kidnappings in Oyo State. Following backlash, she issued a public apology. Reacting, D1 argued that Alaseyori spoke under divine inspiration and should not have apologized. He claimed she bowed to public pressure instead of standing on her convictions, adding that the apology was influenced by fear of criticism and potential professional consequences. According to him, she missed an opportunity to evangelize and should have sought spiritual guidance before retracting her remarks. He further maintained that her original statement was not wrong and warned that choosing public approval over her beliefs could have spiritual consequences. D1 also praised gospel minister Testimony Jaga for his bold approach to ministry, which he likened to the style of Jesus' disciples.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
That's the size of our package. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
You don't tire for this picture? Or ya make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they with you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey. Whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get a Bunge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, not our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
to the heartbeat of entertainment on the Hub, your ultimate show on E-Vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
The Enugu state government is intensifying its efforts to go into strategic partnerships that will position the state as the hub for global investments. The state governor Peter Mba, who played host to a high-level delegation, urges the Chinese government to explore the possibility of establishing a Chinatown in Enugu and citing major international business headquarters in the state. The governor told the delegation from the People's Republic of China, led by Consul General Yan Yingshen, which included executives from China Communication Construction Company and China Civil Engineering Construction Corporation, that Enugu is ready for large-scale investments. He informed the delegation about the improved security, modern infrastructure, and investor-friendly policies, highlighting flagship projects including the new Enugu City, smart green schools, expanded road networks, and a modern transport system.
We also felt that we need to have a modern city with modern facility and to make it also smart, since that's the direction the world is going. And we're happy to be partnering with a Chinese company in the development of the new city, the CCCC, China Communication Construction Company. So we have also visited their headquarters in Beijing, and we believe that it's a company with the capacity to meet our desire for a new city.
The Chinese Consul General commended the development vision of the state government, describing Enugu as a city of opportunities. She assured of China's commitment to deepening collaboration in infrastructure, technology, education, and industrial development.
In China, we have experience. If you want to be rich, you must first build road. So I think that infrastructure, yes, is already our traditional area for cooperation. But in the future, we should develop the digital economy and also like agricultural modernization or industrialization, and especially the talent development. All Chinese people we know, Igbo people do business the best. Yes. So really, I think that here we hope, yes, to develop the corporate in vocational education.
For residents and investors alike, expectations are high that this partnership will translate into concrete projects that will not only shape the commercial landscape of the state, but also reinforce its emergence as a preferred destination for business and innovation in Nigeria. In Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Nigeria shares over 4,000 kilometers of land borders
with neighboring countries that have remained porous and difficult to monitor. The nation's border security challenges have been linked to issues such as smuggling, human trafficking, irregular migration, and cross-border terrorism. Despite previous reforms, the Immigration Act of 2015 is widely seen as outdated in addressing emerging threats posed by modern technology and organized crime networks. This situation informed the decision of the House of Representatives to inaugurate the Ad Hoc Committee on Border Security. The Minister of Interior, Tunji Ojo, whose ministry oversees border activities, called for a review of the existing Immigration Act of 2025. Ojo, who was represented by the Permanent Secretary, Magdalene Ajani, noted that the existing laws and systems no longer meet today's security and economic challenges.
There is need for us to develop a national policy on border security that clearly defines the roles of every relevant agency at the border. There is need to create a consistent funding framework for border security. There is need for us to institute measures for critical training and capacity building for immigration officers.
Comptroller General of Immigration, Kemi Nandap, highlighted the daunting task of securing more than 4,000 kilometers of borders dotted with illegal entry points. She called for advanced surveillance tools, drones, and stronger engagement with local border communities. Chief of Military Intelligence, Major General Aliyu Idris, also identified manpower shortages and inadequate equipment as major challenges, urging greater funding and the use of advanced surveillance systems.
Recommend enhanced surveillance technology, focus on Sahel, and resource allocation. Adequate resources and personnel, that's increase in recruitment, must be allocated to critical border zones, particularly those affected by high levels of criminal and terrorist activities, to improve operational capacity and security presence.
Speaking on behalf of the Speaker, Minority Whip Ali Issa said porous borders continue to fuel smuggling, irregular migration, and the movement of armed groups, undermining public confidence and national growth.
The goal is to identify vulnerabilities, operational shortcomings, and even compromise border officials. You must review how money is allocated to relevant agencies to protect our borders are spent.
Chairman of the Ad Hoc Committee, Muhammad Anka, pledged that the committee will craft strategies to enhance regional cooperation and improve coordination among security agencies.
It is alarming, that despite significant government expenditure over the past years, we are yet to attain commensurable gains in our security landscape. As a committee, I believe, and if we can leverage the expertise that are gathered here, we pledge to come up with appropriate strategies.
The call for an updated Immigration Act marks a renewed push to modernize Nigeria's border management and strengthen national security. I am Princess Ken Ochema, Signature TV News.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The 250-page book is a reflection on the life, ideals, and political journey of Peter Obi, the Labour Party 2023 presidential candidate whose campaign sparked what many described as a generational shift in Nigerian politics. Peter Obi, who was a special guest, told the audience that the battle for a better Nigeria was far from over. He stated that any country where those in government are richer than those in business can only be produced in poverty. Peter Obi called on Nigerians to remain steadfast in their sacrifice, urging them to continue the fight against incompetent leadership and entrenched criminality in public institutions.
Any country, those in government are richer than those in business, is producing poverty. Nigerians are in refugee camp in their own country. Nigerians are refugees in Chad. Nigerians are refugees in Cameroon. And we are not at war. The only reason is that we don't have a government. Who cares for it? People are being killed daily. Nobody goes to say to them, we're sorry. Nobody visits them. Nobody cares. All you get in Nigeria is that some people are rich so they can afford to celebrate. We're not going to where we're going to do celebration, close streets, do this and everything. And that is what we want to dismantle. So that it will be good for everybody. I'm only thanking you people for your commitment, staying on, and assuring you people that if we work together, we will dismantle them.
Acting National Chairman of Labour Party, Senator Nenadi Usman, reviewed the book, described it as a roadmap of resistance and reform. She noted that the book captures not just Peter Obi's political vision, but also the turbulence of the 2023 elections and the rebirth of hope through the strength of the obedience movement. According to her, the movement now stands as a symbol of civil courage and a new political consciousness in Nigeria.
The 250-page book we are celebrating today does not only examine His Excellency Peter Obi's public service, but it invites us to consider the bigger picture, the inevitability of a new Nigeria. Indeed, as we said some moments ago, a new Nigeria is possible. Through the 26 illuminating chapters, we are taken on a journey of disruption, reform, resistance, and rebirth. From the echoes of the 1999's democratic rebirth to the turbulence of the 2023 general elections, the book explores not just the man, but the obedient movement, which has become an emblem of youth political awakening and civic courage in Nigeria.
Also speaking at the lunch, renowned academic and public affairs analyst Professor Sam Amadi described Nigeria as a failing contradiction, plagued by ethnic, religious, and economic dysfunction. He stressed that the solution lies in a ballot box revolution, a peaceful and decisive rejection of the false system and values that have long governed the nation's institutions.
Nigeria's survival depends and derives from a successful revolution defined by two basic ideas. The first is the idea of democratic citizenship, and the second is the idea of democratic developmentalism. Nigeria has not been able to transform because of low energy politics, low energy, elitist politics, structure, co-ops, political leaders, then governors, honorable members, they sign agreements, give them return ticket, low energy politics. We need a high energy politics that focuses on the people, that goes to the grassroots, that mobilizes people, that is strong on messaging, that is revolutionary, in that is driven by a passion for change and transformation.
The book launch was more than just a literary event. It was a bold reaffirmation of a movement that continues to challenge the status quo, as calls for accountability, transparency, and structural change echoes across the country. Obi, the political change agent, may well become both a historical record and a rallying cry for the next chapter in Nigeria's democratic journey. In Abuja, I am Chimize Izadima for Signature TV.
We
communities observing every
Where the meat market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Don't hear me. Hello, good morning, Nigeria. Welcome to New Day on Signature Television. My name is Christopher Lele. Another exciting and beautiful weekend that we enjoy, the conversations going on in the society. We also look at some of the stories trending on the national dailies. My name is Christopher once again. Welcome to New Day. We'll be going on a short break. When we come back, we shall be looking at the newspaper headlines. Stay with us. All right, welcome and thanks for being with us. This is a New Day on Signature Television. Right now we jump into the
newspaper review, where we take a look at some of the stories making the rounds on the national dailies. We'll be starting with the Nigerian Tribune on our list this morning. On our desk, the Nigerian Tribune, I will be great. Orire teachers' last lesson on the blackboard. Wow. All right, away from that, Makinde cracks down on insecurity, bans night Okada operations in Oyo. Security agencies to impound unregistered vehicles, motorcycles. Police dismiss false reports on Orire abduction investigation. All right, still on the Saturday Tribune, Peter Obi laments rising school abductions, asks youth to reclaim Nigeria. I participated in killing only 4 people, arrested cult leader, speaking there. Judges absent stalls judgment in suit seeking deregistration of ADC, a court party, others. You can find that on page 13 of the Saturday Tribune. FCT police arrest suspected kidnappers seen in viral video. All right, that's good news. You can find that on page 3 of the Saturday Tribune. Article blasts Tinubu, First Lady, over political gatherings, while abducted pupils, teachers remain in captivity. All right, that's just about it on Saturday Tribune. Let's take a look at Weekend Trust. On Weekend Trust, where are the forest guards? That's the question there. 1 year after launch, where are the forest guards? Right, away from that, corruption, we are all to blame. Adobe Obe speaking there. 9 soldiers die repelling terrorist attack. Ekakura, a growing danger or cure. How online pharmaceutical products adverts endanger lives. I take that again. How online pharmaceutical products adverts endanger lives. Jelly after the airstrike. Right, that's just about it on the Weekend Trusts. Now we are on Saturday Independent. On Saturday Independent, the major story here says Abuja hostels, secret locations where presidential ambitions are negotiated before Convention Day. Right, and still on this paper, controversy trails killing of 16-year-old GSS 3 graduates. So by EFCC operative in Benue. I participated in killing only 4 people, says arrested cult leader. 28 months after lead Herbert Wigwe, NDIC MD, others top access holdcos on claimed dividend lists. Tinubu making efforts to secure release of kidnapped Oyo children. Teachers, Shetima speaking there. Tinubu making efforts to secure release of kidnapped Oyo children. Teachers. Shetima speaking there. You can find that on page 4 of the Saturday Independent newspaper. I just know when it's time for change. Adekunle Gold on reinvitation growth. Insecurity. Border judge folds Pastor Adeboye's ultimatum to service chiefs. You can find that on page 6 of the Saturday Independent. And finally on this paper, FCT, police begin enforcement of tinted glass ban, impound 30 vehicles. Police begin enforcement of tinted glass ban, impound 30 vehicles. You can find that on page 7 of the Independent, Saturday Independent newspaper. And then finally on our desk here is the Punch newspaper, Saturday Punch newspaper. The major story here says, Oyo abduction. Muslims reject terrorists' demand for Sharia law. Rider says, you don't represent us. Group tells abductors. Schools shut in 33 local government areas. How federal government can deal with insurgents' demands. Analysts speaking there. And away from that very one, 2027 parties rule out poll postponement over rising insecurity. EFCC accused my son of fraud, killed him while on bail. Grieving mother speaking there. And still on this paper, Fighting for Dignity, Daily Struggles of Physically Challenged Entrepreneurs. And speaking there, Senate to fast-track state police amid terror attacks. Justice can't restore my legs. I lost to terrorists. Our attack survivors speaking there. That's a sad one. And finally here, Boko Haram overruns Borno military base, beheads soldiers, vigilantes. All right, so these are the stories making the round on the national dailies this morning. And of course, we have Oracle with us. I would rather call him the eyes of the goals and of course the ears of the people, because this is what he hears from the people who share with us on this platform. We have with us this morning Chris Maduka. Good morning and welcome to New Day.
Chris, thank you.
Nice to have you.
How was your night?
Very great.
Thank you. Yeah. We are trying to manage. Even when the night wasn't too good, we try to put our smile. That's how resilient Nigerians are. Welcome to another day of newspaper review on Signature Television. This is New Day. This is not Signature Morning. So we need to draw the line, but I'm welcome. Thank you.
All right. Welcome to New Day.
Yes.
So Makinde has started up, top up security in his state, by banning Okada operations at night. Even if some people still feel that is not enough, even in one of the papers, the president Shetima also said that the president is making efforts to curb insecurity. I'm still looking at Oyo State, the abduction of these teachers and the students. What measures do you think should be carried out right now? Do you think the governor and the president is doing enough to manage the insecurity in this very state regarding the abductions of these people that are yet to be rescued?
The government is doing something. From what everybody is saying, what the newspapers are saying, what the presidency is saying, the government is doing something. Whether what they are doing is enough has not joined together to manifest as something we can see. The final thing is the release of these remaining teachers and children alive. Once that is done, and then the government takes credit of doing that, that is the result most Nigerians are waiting for. On Makinde and Oyo State, it will interest you to hear that some people in some viral video are saying that what is happening in Oyo is quite political. That some very important personalities told Makinde they are going to put fire in his state. And that what is happening, or what has happened in Oyo State and keep happening, is the result of that fire they have directly or indirectly put. There's a proverb in Igbo land, they say, that the tortoise said that when there is stampede, he will overrun both the pregnant woman and everyone. And suddenly, in the town of tortoise and the animals, there was stampede. And the big animals like elephants and all overran the women that are pregnant and all, even the vulnerable, and they overran them and they all died in the stampede. And people came and said, tortoise, you are responsible because that's what you said you would do. If anybody has told Makinde that he will set fire in Oyo, and now within a few weeks of promise to do that, then this thing happened. And even there is a claim that such politicians also came out in the news to say that what is happening is the result of the fire he promised the man that he said. There's the highest level of political insensitivity, and that wickedness I've said Nigerian politicians are. I don't know how God molded Nigerian politicians and removed the human heart in them. If, you know why it's painful? Even if you promise anybody that you will set fire, and then eventually there was fire, whether it's you that set or not, you come out to claim it. What's the difference between them and bandits? Because bandits will behead somebody and put it in a viral video and show you to claim
Yeah, ownership of what
now
they did.
that means that we have political banditry in Nigeria. There is so many things threatening Nigeria. We're talking about bandit and terrorism and security. Now look at Oyo State. But one unique thing about Oyo State and the incident of Oyo, it has brought banditry and terror and insecurity in Nigeria to the forefront that the whole world is now. You know, when you usually you do things to these silent people, and eventually the thing will push you to do it to people who cannot remain silent. I think the Southwest Nigeria, they control the media. They are known tribally as people who are loud, even the way they talk. You know, when the way they are culturally and naturally they have that kind of potentiality to be loud when it concerns them. They can talk loud, cry loud, laugh loud, depending on the situation. Now this thing has happened in Southwest, and hitting the capital of Southwest Nigeria, the regional headquarters of Southwest Nigeria. There was so much noise that if such noise has been raised over time, probably by now, even the government themselves are not, whatever they promise they are doing, they are not as proactive, they are not as involved as before. Something is beginning to happen. So the people are quietly rising up by talking, because where the spoken words is the heart of human beings, you can see. So when the people have risen and spoken in different manner concerning the Oyo abduction, it means that if you take it for granted, they will also make good their, because Nigeria now, what makes people to understand you is when you make good your threat. It's not just threat. So the people of Nigeria have reacted to your abduction in several ways. So Makinde is reacting, President is reacting, or the people setting fire is reacting, the people quenching the fire is reacting, the teachers, workers, everybody, the online influencer, everybody has taken it as, because it's like this issue has gotten to a point where I keep using that allusion, that the greeting has passed the ankle. You know, when somebody wants to greet you and they now hold you, and now it become fight. This banditry and terrorist greeting has become fight in Nigeria.
So, talking about everybody, talking about these, asking questions and what have you, we have the likes of Atiku blasting Tinubu and the First Lady about gatherings, political gatherings, regardless the abduction of, these people that are yet to, be rescued. How do you feel about
There's
this?
also a viral video of this woman. I saw it the first time. I thought it was an accident. He was pouring out what you call, pouring out venom of the heart on the church leaders, on the government, the president, the family of the president, everybody. And then something else happened. I saw that viral video yesterday again. It was pouring venom on all the APC women leaders for accepting the car, SUV donation from. And it was like, this is not what you should accept now. First Lady, in her magnanimity, can give cars, because that car, I saw the viral video, said, this car is your personal car. Do not register it with your own name. Use it as your car. That's your gain. Which is dividend of democracy, whether it's coming directly or indirectly, whether we are using what we are borrowing from international borrowers to us to do this. That's left for the analysts, financial analysts, to sort out. But at the time it's happening, it's why this woman, venom of her heart could not stand. It was said, you are mothers. Some people's children are in the bush, and you are meeting the First Lady, and you are accepting card gifts, and you are smiling and dancing on her mandate. How do you feel? It brings also the question of when another person's corpse is being carried, it looks like a log of wood. And they cannot feel that woman was That woman was oh God, you can see she's just like, it's not, you know that certain things that will happen. That this kind of thing happened one time when Nigerians were doing protests over hardship and hunger in Nigeria. There were a woman, Signature TV interviewed in Abuja. He said, if they want to come and kill me, let them come and kill me. What else am I living for? That's a certain level of hardship or sorrow you face. You will pour out everything and just say, if death will come, let it come. And that's what that woman is doing. I think, I'm not here to pass judgment whether right or wrong. I'm saying that, like you said, I listen, I pick up news, both the social media and all, the one both confirm and non-confirm. But there's a way you know that Nigeria is not at home when there are, you know, there is the traditional media that always want to sound right. But even these days, you don't see, because they report all these errors, all this happening in Nigeria. So if it was sounding right, how, you know, if there's a rigging of primary election and they report it across board, if there is terror and banditry and they report it, so everybody is getting tired. We are now talking about these evils. There's no need to paint it. You know, we're calling spade a spade is best, so that we know when how many of us that are remaining and then waiting for our own time to go. Because that's what this banditry and terrorism has got into. So when you see this kind of thing happening, Nigeria really need to sit up. Me and everyone. We are not at the best of our time. And there's no need to want to pay image makers billions of dollars to talk about it and do it. Let's bring that kind of money within here. Let's begin to main defenses. We are not at the best of our time as a country. And that is it. Everybody, if you think we are best of country, that means check the percentage of people who think they are having the best of their time. Take it away from the population of 240 million. Check how small that population, you know that in mathematics, you know that that's not pass mark. We are not at home.
Okay, still talking about not at home, 2027, parties roll out postponement of, parties roll out poll postponement over insecurity. How do you think this is affecting political activities going on now ahead of 2027 elections?
The way I see it as an ordinary Nigerian, it's only a tree that we know, you see that you are told that you'll be killed, and you still stand where you are. If you notice that somebody is making it difficult for you to breathe with certain laws and you are struggling to feel, there's no need to take anything for granted. You better follow up and struggle to meet up, no matter how hard it is. INEC has set the rules. There were times they were crying that it fell into Muslim festival, this. Suddenly they make a change, a shift, and fix the final one. Whether it favors anybody or not, in fact, to what it seems like, what am I trying to say? Even if it does not favor certain opposition parties, they have to struggle to be part of it, because look at what happened. I said it sitting here, that somebody went to court to talk about postponement, that the INEC doesn't have powers to meddle in the affairs of political parties, that they can do so many things with their schedule. But just 2 days ago, or yesterday or 2 days, I just don't know, but INEC has come out to say any primary beyond 31st of May or 30th of May is null and void. So if some people have followed any of the leaning of their mind, to think they will fail, and then you can go to court, and when you be in court, and 2027 will come and go, and the court has not ruled on your case. So when 2027 has been fixed as sacrosanct, only God. I don't know, because you remember the Titanic ship, when the maker said, not even God can sink it. But that has taught me a lesson, that in any time I am talking and saying things, certain things, and I remind anybody who want to make things sacrosanct, it's law, you hammer it, and that God, the Igbo proverb say, Dibia Gwocha Obelu, when a native doctor, after healing, he will now give up and say, the rest is for God. If INEC are giving deadlines, let them remember, in the voice of our former First Lady, there is God, though, because I don't hear them say, by grace of God, Nigeria will hold election. This is a nation that has forgotten about God in all our dealings. I'm not here to preach. I'm not a pastor. But I have said several times that some of the things we suffer in Nigeria is that human beings have taken the role of God for themselves. So you don't be surprised that when INEC said 2027, January 16, as a national election, that if God say no, it will not work. Don't quote me, I'm not speaking the mind of God. Only God can say. But I say God can make it possible not to hold. Because nobody who is targeting January 16 or whatever date they put is sure that he will sleep and wake up. In this Nigeria we are. Nothing. You can't even. So why are you doing kuru? Nothing stands. You can sleep and not wake up. Even me talking like this can sleep and not wake up. So it's not like I'm wishing anybody dead. What I'm saying, in our plan of things, we should. There's what they normally call logistics and miscellaneous. You always give room. But the way we see it now, because they have made, probably some people somewhere have put up their mind to make it difficult for some people to target. Imagine some of the new parties, how they are struggling to get things done. And that was why they ran into this issue of consensus, not allowing some primary, so that it will become fast and meet up the deadline. They are being stampeded because they've made it difficult for them to do things the normal way. They've done it so difficult for them. So when they stampede to meet up deadline, if they stampede to meet up deadline of January 16, God might decide and rise up again and turn his face and something will happen. But God forbid, I pray. Whatever it is, let the people stampede, let them struggle, because they say necessity is mother of invention. This has given another dimension to Nigerian politics. Consensus has come to stay. Just because the referee has said he's not waiting for the people who play football. He's in the field and the blowing field. If you come, if you don't come. So some people who think that the champion are standing by, waiting for the others to have bad legs, to have sickness, so that they will walk them over. But God can walk anybody over. Even the champions can sleep and not wake up.
All right, so let's go to the Senate now. They are looking at fast-tracking state police amid the insecurity. It's looking like medicine after death, but then again, it's never too late.
Oh, well, it's not medicine after death. I'm only laughing. You know, they say they don't tell a man who has a swollen downside, this side, you know, not broadcastable, not to jump a wall. I hate you onye ikenge ya believe akunaja. That's how I say it in Igbo land. Now, if you are holding the man with this not to jump the wall, if he managed to jump the wall, are you going to help him lift the baggage across? You don't tell a blind man that there's a rain, because rain will touch him. You know, or a deaf man that there's a stampede. If he sees others, he will pick up. Let Nigeria, let the National Assembly of Nigeria, let them sit and chew on 2027 and leave state police and not fast track it. If the roof falls, even the floor will see it. When you are talking to the ear, it doesn't hear. When the head is off, the ear goes with it. How many years has people of Nigeria cried for? They are still troubling the world, because this one they are promising, this is the penchant for what 2027 will give Nigerian position, and their people and the horse trading and jumping and defecting and trying to make sure whether they talk one thing before talk another thing. They will chop their muffling words at the National Assembly. We delay this place, and then what happens? There was a kidnapping in Oyo, the extreme of Oyo town near Kwara. Inside Ibadan town, there are kidnaps, and it's moving. In Lagos, viral video of people who were caught with arms, in vehicle filled with arms and ammunition have been shown. So, is that you run? Is that the rat runs, or the tail of the rat catches fire? The easiest part of rat to catch fire is the tail. So it's no more. Chris Madoka issue was so afraid that very soon the bandits and terror will get hold of you, and then, you know, nobody is beyond what is happening in Nigeria now. Even those ones who think they are safe in Abuja, how many, you hear the stories of how the thing is everywhere in Nigeria, because we are muffling words, we are not acting on words, the thing is crippling under us like kerosene. You know, when you drop kerosene, it's just spreading. Terrorism and bandits are spread in a complex nation like Nigeria. It will be difficult to handle. If they delay further on state police, because of whatever the state police I told you has already existed, it's just for Abuja to stamp. When I keep saying it, I won't stop saying Amoteku is a typical example of state police giving another name. Even in Southeast Nigeria, they have so many, I don't know which one is the one there, but I know that by the time you want to just dot one I across one T, this state police thing will take effect. Over time, we'll be fine-tuning it. But wait until it is taken from heaven, delivered to Nigeria, and the perfect, who among them are really perfect?
All right, thank you so much. Let's just get a parting shot before we go.
Oh, it's over. That's a short time.
Yeah.
It's all right. While I know they finish. God bless you for having been with us this bright and early Saturday morning. We're dying to thank you for having been there. Remember, this is all about the welfare and goodness of our nation, Nigeria. The nation we love so much, the nation God has blessed so much. We do not have anything against anybody. We're just saying this with passion and energy. See it that way. But where you see it beyond another one, you have your opinion to hold, and that's about it. So, Chris, God bless you. God bless me too. God bless you. God bless everybody. God knows how to do. But we know that God blessing are meant for those who deserve to be blessed. Thank you.
All right, then you've heard it from the Oracle. This is how far we go on the review of the headlines this morning. We have more exciting guests coming your way to discuss exciting conversations. Stay with us on this very channel. We'll be right back.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
No.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Nigerian reality star and comedian D1 has criticized gospel singer Yinka Aleshiyori for apologizing to Nigerians over her comments on insecurity. Aleshiyori had urged Nigerians to pray for President Bola Tinubu and security agencies, stating during a live prayer session that the government was making effort to address insecurity amid public concern over recent kidnappings in Oyo State. Following backlash, she issued a public apology. Reacting, D1 argued that Aleshiyori spoke under divine inspiration and should not have apologized. He claimed she bowed to public pressure instead of standing on her convictions
adding that the apology was influenced by fear of criticism and potential professional consequences. According to him, she missed an opportunity to evangelize and should have sought spiritual guidance before retracting her remarks. He further maintained that her original statement was not wrong and warned that choosing public approval over her beliefs could have spiritual consequences. D1 also praised gospel minister Testimony Jaga for his bold approach to ministry, which he likened to the style of Jesus' disciples.
Mrs. Yinka Alashayori, first of all, I want to thank you and thank God for your ministry. God has used you a lot. But what you did today, please don't ever try it again. There is a way that seemeth right unto a man. The end is destruction. You were in the spirit when you were saying those things that you were saying, that people should pray. Those things, I want to believe that it was God that was speaking through you. But you lost an opportunity to evangelize to the world. I can bet 100% that before you made your apology video, you did not seek the face of God.
Popular rapper CDQ has alleged that the Nigerian music industry is heavily influenced by powerful cabals, gangs, and cult groups. Speaking during an interview with content creator JB Randy, the rapper claimed that artists who are not affiliated with any influential group often find it difficult to succeed in the industry. According to him, musicians who achieve success without such associations are fortunate. CDQ maintained that the music business has evolved into a system where belonging to a particular group can determine the level of support and opportunities an artist receives. He also suggested that artists who lack such connections may invest significant resources into their careers without seeing meaningful results. The rapper urged artists, record labels, executives, and others to
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Thank you for still staying with us. We have our first conversation this morning, we shall be looking into right about now. Of course, on standby, we have our guest, Benjamin Fiafo, who is Just Communication, head of Just Communication Farm Radio International. We shall be looking at climate change. Climate is sending message, farmers are reading it. A very unique, topic. Of course, this conversation is going to really enlighten you and help you understand. Hello, Benjamin. Good morning and welcome to New Day.
Good morning, and good morning to all your listeners and audience this morning.
Okay, so what are those common signs, that we can see and know that climate change is already affecting communication in the farming system?
Thank you very much. So I will say that climate change is really communicating to all of us, farmers also, because we see climate change in the weather pattern. That's the first one. Again, we also see climate change in the dry spells that usually happen during the course of the year. We also see climate change in the flood, the excessive heat waves that happens, and also the increasing pests and disease outbreaks. All these are signs that are coming to tell farmers that there is climate change. And ultimately, food insecurity is also one of the things that help us to understand that there is climate change.
All right, now the topic is very unique. You understand, you talked about climate change, the science, and the farmers reading it. Should we be concerned, or is it just a normal season of rain, no rain, the weather and what have you? Is there any area that citizens should be concerned regarding climate change?
Yes, I would say that all of us have to be concerned across the whole of Africa, especially because of where we find ourselves. We need to be concerned. About 70 to 80% of our farming activities are rain-fed. We depend on the rain to do everything. So if the rain fails in a particular season, it simply means that that particular season, all farmers will not have enough crops. They will not be able to manage their activities. So at the end of the year, they will not have any income to survive on. Aside that, in all our cities, as we speak now, there are communities that are flooded. We've just had some 1 week of rain, but communities are flooded. People cannot go out. So already there are challenges that are coming out that we all need to be concerned about. Beside the flooding, when it happens, it comes with all other challenges. We begin to see all kinds of diseases coming out. We begin to see all kinds of pests and diseases springing up, and this affects everyone. Drivers sometimes cannot go home because the road that they are using is flooded, and when it happens, you can't drive your car home. So it is a challenge for all of us, and when it comes to climate change, it is also visible to all of us. It is not something that is far-fetched. It is not a theory that we cannot understand. We see it every day.
Okay, so let's look at the challenges that smallholder farmers are experiencing, talking about droughts and flood, and of course, the changing of the weather. How bad is it affecting smallholder farmers?
Yes, I would say that the changing of weather is really affecting farmers because they are experiencing longer dry spell. Usually when they farm, they expect that the rain will fall at various intervals. But usually the rain starts and then there is a dry spell when within, let's say, a month, there is no rain. And this usually affects the crop even more than anything. So when it comes to climate change, we are not even looking at the quantity of rain within the year, but we are looking at the intervals of this rain. And usually the climate change causes this rain to come at a time that we are not expecting it, or they come at a time that we don't need the rain. The same thing is that it makes rainfall unpredictable. It makes rainfall unpredictable because every farmer wants to know that, okay, in April, May, I need to plant my crops. But because of climate change, you cannot plan. You have to wait till the rain starts. So that is the kind of challenge that farmers especially face. Sometimes at the time that they are harvesting and they need the sun, that is when you see rain falling excessively. And this happens sometimes between October and December, when everybody is expecting that, oh, we will have enough heat to allow my crop to dry well so that I can harvest. This is also one challenge. The issue of flood, even rice farmers don't need too much water. So that is also another challenge when the flood is too much and it covers the crops, they cannot get the needed yield that they want. These changes affect planting season. It also affects crop yield, and it also affects livestock production, and ultimately it affects food security. So we believe that farmers are among the group that actually face one of the biggest challenges when it comes to climate change. Farmers are the first to notice these changes, and they also see this within their environment first, because they wake up and where they work is the farm. Unlike me and you, where we go to an office, we are in an air conditioning room, we will not experience the kind of heat that they experience. So these are things that I see happening to farmers day in and day out.
Okay, let's talk about farmers reading the signs, the messages from the climate change. How does that work? Because I was also curious to really understand and speak to you. Can you just be the eyes and ears of the farmers now as a representative? Can you tell us how farmers hear the messages from the climate change that most of us don't read? Benjamin, are you with us?
Yes, sorry. Yes, my network went off briefly. But so if you can please ask the question again.
Okay, so I was asking, according to the topic, it says that the climate change, farmers are seeing the messages and they are reading it. So I'm asking, as a representative from the farmers, right, based on your experience and you have more knowledge on this, how do farmers actually see these messages and read them? Of course, most of us that are new to farming may not also understand this message or even see it in the first place. Can you help us to understand how the farmers do that?
Thank you. So I will go back to the point that I made at the beginning, that climate is communicating to the farmer. So the farmer, the communication come in a form of the things that happen within the year. When at the beginning of the season, I am a farmer and I'm expecting that the rain will come in April. If the rain delays in April, what the climate is communicating to me is that there is a challenge. So that is how the climate communicates with farmers. It is not like it is announcing or speaking, but they see it in the form of patterns. They see it in a form of things that are happening right before them. So I'll go back to the things that I've mentioned. When they want to see how climate is communicating with them, they will see it in the dry spell, that the rains are not coming at the time that they need it, and it communicates to them that they need to do something immediately. It communicates to them that now they need to change the kind of crop that they plant, or they need to plant crop at a different time. Again, the climate speak to them that okay, there will be a dry spell, or you need to plant early, so they will go for early maturing crops. So what happens is that the climate communicate to them the challenge, and the farmers are adapting and responding. The farmers are adapting and responding. So the term here is the climate is communicating to farmers, and farmers are reading it. How are they reading it? They read it through the adaptation and the adoption of new climate smart strategies. The climate smart strategies, some of them include the use of early maturing seed that allow them to have their yield far earlier than expected. Again, they also respond by planting disease-resistant seeds. So based on that, they are able to also withstand some of the diseases that the climate communicate to them. Again, when it comes to their livestock, now farmers now are learning how to cut fodder and keep them, and when there is no feed, they can now feed their livestock with them. So the climate is communicating the challenge to farmers, and farmers are responding by doing things that will allow them to withstand the climate. As we know now, a lot of farmers are now using solar irrigation. Some are also using a number of pumps and other irrigation facilities so that they can plant all year round. Because if they have to depend on the usual rain-fed agriculture, there will be food insecurity everywhere. So I would say that yes, the climate is actually speaking to farmers. It is speaking to them every day. They see what is happening every time, and they are also responding by doing things that will help them to adapt so that they will be able to manage the situation.
All right, so let's look at the government and their policies and interventions. Are they adequate, to support farmers facing related risks regarding the climate?
I'll start with research and NGOs. The researchers and NGOs, yes, they have come out with a number of adaptation strategies. They've come up with a lot of adaptation practices that farmers are currently using to withstand the climate change. Some of them, as I mentioned, include the early maturing seeds. Others also include the use of land preparation method. The use of land preparation method that allow them to be able to do mulching, have enough water on the ground when even there is a dry spell. There is also various methodology that the farmers are taking through that allow them to learn how to manage pests and diseases. All these are things that I think are really helping our farmers to do well as they continue their farming activities.
So let's look at the role of technology and, of course, smart farming. How can it help farmers, to manage the challenges of climate change?
Yes, one of the things that the government, the farmers need from government is the area of irrigation. Here, a lot of the farmers are not having access to irrigation. The cost of irrigation is very high. The cost of input for irrigation is also very high. The farmers find it very difficult to have access to all this material. So it is becoming one of the biggest challenge for farmers. Again, when it comes to flood, how to manage flood is also another strategy on its own. And farmers really struggle to manage flood. And this is something that we think farmers will need to do. So it is very important that government comes in to support farmers to be able to manage the flood.
All right, so if you were to suggest or advise the government and fellow farmers, what message would you have for them? Okay.
My message to farmers is that climate change is real. They have seen everything about climate change, and it is something that is really affecting what they are doing every time. And it is important that they accept that this is what is happening when it comes to climate change, and they need to begin to learn.
All right.
They need to learn how to manage climate change, because climate change is real. And the only way that we can do is, one, we need to do everything possible to contain the challenges that we see every day. As a farmer, when you see pests and diseases, don't panic, call your extension officer, they will show you what to do. When the rains are not coming at the time that you are expecting the rain, just listen to, now we have radio stations across Nigeria that are working with NIMET. NIMET provide seasonal weather outlook. Let's listen to the seasonal weather outlook. They interpret it in a way that, as a farmer, you understand when you need to cultivate, when you need to clear your land, when you need to plant. They will tell you if there's going to be a dry spell. They will ask you to wait. They will also ask you to plant early maturing or late maturing seed. So farmers listen to radio. There are other sources of weather information. Get in touch, and I'm sure we'll be able to link you to all.
All right, so thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, so thank you so much. But just in a few seconds, let me just get your parting shot and we'll call it a day.
You want to? Please, can you repeat the question again?
A parting shot, a wrap up from you.
All right, thank you. Yes, I like the theme for this morning's discussion. The theme that climate is communicating with farmers and farmers are reading it. It is really true, and I believe that all farmers are expecting that there will be some changes in the climate every time. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Benjamin Fiafo. Thank you for being part of the program this morning and for joining us. It's been an amazing time to learn one or two about the climate and the messages they send, not just to the farmers, but also to the sea lords. Thank you. It's been a pleasure having you this morning.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, so we go into another conversation shortly. Please.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Don't ever try it again. There is a way that seemeth right unto a man. The end is destruction. You were in the spirit when you were saying those things that you were saying, that people should pray. Those things, I want to believe that it was God that was speaking through you. But you lost an opportunity to evangelize to the world. I can bet 100% that before you made your apology video, you did not seek the face of God.
Popular rapper CDQ has alleged that the Nigerian music industry is heavily influenced by powerful cabals, gangs, and cult groups. Speaking during an interview with content creator JB Randy, the rapper claimed that artists who are not affiliated with any influential group often find it difficult to succeed in the industry. According to him, musicians who achieve success without such associations are fortunate. CDQ maintained that the music business has evolved into a system where belonging to a particular group can determine the level of support and opportunities an artist receives. He also suggested that artists who lack such connections may invest significant resources into their careers without seeing meaningful results. The rapper urged artists, record labels, executives, and other stakeholders to discourage the growing ink between gangsterism and the music industry and work towards creating a more inclusive environment. Popular Nigerian streamer Pella has engaged his lover Jarvis amid ongoing pregnancy rumors. The proposal took place in Ghana on Wednesday night. Sharing a video of the engagement on Instagram, Pella expressed his excitement about their future together and hinted that wedding preparations were already underway. The engagement comes weeks after the streamer suggested that he and Jarvis were expecting a child. Speculations about a possible pregnancy intensified last month after a video showing Jarvis undergoing an ultrasound scan surfaced on social media. Neither Pella nor Jarvis has publicly confirmed the pregnancy rumors.
When we meet in 2023, you have been like blessing, you have been encouraging me, and I've been doing well in life. And I want to tell you, will you marry?
That's the entertainment news. Queeneth Nwokonta, Signature TV News.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours. Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of
cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder, and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app, and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Hello Nigeria, welcome back to another amazing segment of the program this morning. Of course, we had the first interview this morning looking at the climate and the messages they're sending, not just to farmers, but of course to citizens regarding where you are situated. And now we shall be having another exciting and educating conversation where we'll be discussing the first emeritus Professor C.B. Okafo annual nursing lecture series of College of Medicine, ENUGU. And we have great minds with us this morning as scholars, educational scholars, you know, making the educational world and of course the nursing world an exciting and attractive place to be. We have with us this morning the Provost, Kajetan Deputy Provost. Yeah, Kajetan Oyedum, Deputy Provost, the College of Medicine, UNN. Good morning and thanks for joining us.
Good morning, my pleasure.
All right, and then we also have with us Dr. Peace Ihanacho. She is the HOD Nursing University of Nigeria, ENUGU campus. Good morning and welcome to being with us.
Good morning. Thank you for inviting me.
All right. It's great to see you, gentleman and lady, with us this morning. It's beautiful talking about education, looking at the challenges the educational sector is facing now. Many people would rather, especially the youths, would rather be online, you know, going through social media and forgetting some parts of them to learn as well. Let's go straight to the conversation. Let's start with you, the Deputy Provost. What inspired the establishment of the CB, the Emeritus Professor CB, who started this, you know, annual nursing lecture series? What inspired it?
Okay, thank you very much. Like I said, I'm so pleased to be here this morning to talk about this. Actually, history is to be made in the Faculty of Health Sciences and Technology of the College of Medicine by this particular program. Professor CB is the pioneer. CB Okafo, sorry about that, is the pioneer head of the Department of Nursing Sciences at the University of Nigeria ENUGU campus. She has actually retired. She's now an emeritus professor. And she came back to the faculty and then the college to make an endowment. And this endowment is geared towards annual lecture series for nursing sciences. You see, when people do endowment, at times it could be for lecture, it could be for research and other things. But this one, she has endowed some money and said that this should be the for annual lecture series for now. Actually, if you understand endowment, what it means is that she has bought a particular seed money called the principal. That money is legally protected and shouldn't be spent and should be invested. So whatever comes from that money is now going to be used to do this lecture series. And why I said history is to be made is that this is the first time this is to happen in that faculty, and it's kicking off under the distinguished head of department, Dr. P.C. Hanacha.
All right, thank you so much. All right, so Dr. Peace Hanacho, how would you assess the current state of the nursing affairs in Nigeria right now? What would you say are the pressing challenges that nurses face today?
Thank you very much. Nursing can actually be said to be in a transition in Nigeria. So many things are happening. Like we are taking on so many reforms at the same time. However, at this time, the current trend is that nursing leaves the school of nursing and goes to an institution of higher learning that is recognized, like the universities and the polytechnics for those who cannot enter the university. So right now the program into nursing is either a university BNSC or a polytechnic HND, even though many of the institutions are located in places that we can call monotechnics. But that is principally what is happening. So many other things are in line. For example, recently, a lot has been, we have done a lot of drive in the matter of some kind of autonomy, some kind of practitioner programs and so on. So I said that a lot of things are happening. However, recently, policy-wise, we got the permission for the practitioner program, that is the Doctor of Nursing Practice. And you know that with such, you can talk about nurses as practitioners and all the other things that follow them. I just mentioned it because you said, what is the current trend? And I said, so many things are actually happening in nursing.
All right, so Deputy Provost, can we have an idea when this annual lecture series will be starting? Is there a time frame? What should we know about it? Okay. And what is it for the nursing sciences?
Okay, the lecture series is, for that first annual lectures, will be on Wednesday, 10th of June, okay, at the College of Medicine Lecture Hall at Itukwazara. Okay. And the lecture topic was carefully chosen. It says, understanding the resistance of maternal mortality in Nigeria, evidence from past interventions and future strategies. This is a topic that is very challenging. Nobody can run away from it. It's still with us. What it means is that this is the first one. We're going to have another one next year. We're going to have another one next, and continuous. Endowment funds are supposed to be in perpetuity. So that means that fund must be protected to generate profit that will be used to organize these lectures in perpetuity.
Okay, in as much as I'm tempted for us to go into that topic, but rather leave it for that day.
Yes.
So those that are around can come to the place,
yes,
witness the program and understand the topic.
Very, very well. We're just coming to, put some flesh to it, so people will just be like, what is going to happen, and they are tempted to be there. And I bet you, a seasoned scholar is going to come from Southwest Nigeria to deliver this lecture. That will tell you how vast it's going to be. Somebody is going to travel all the way from Ibadan to ENUGU to deliver this particular first lecture.
All right, a great one. So let's get to learn what roles that nurses can play in strengthening the healthcare system, especially in rural areas. My major concern, because it seems most of the attention is given to the urban areas.
And thank you. you started with actually pinpointing what is the problem of the health system in Nigeria, because we seem to, in the country, policy-wise and practice-wise, we seem not to recognize the fact that there are some people actually who play roles. And nurses are the healthcare professionals that are actually everywhere, wherever a patient is. And it might interest you to know that nurses also say that their clientele is both sick and well. So nurses are supposed to be everywhere you talk about health. So whether it is in the rural area or it's in the urban area, nurses are actually equipped by training. The only thing that remains is that so much empowerment has not been done. So when they are there, it looks as if they are not there. And incidentally, that's one of the matters that the Emeritus Professor C.B. Okafor actually championed, recognizing that these people are there, we should not do as if they are not there, and if we empower them, if we support them, it would improve health system very, very well. Yeah.
Okay, so let's look at schools now. You know, it's not just to have structures in place, the equipment, you know, the infrastructure that enables proper learning, you know, hostels, you know, and of course a good learning environment for students. How can we achieve that in Nigeria? I know some schools are really doing well. Of course, ENUGU is really doing well. I've been there a couple of times. I don't know, but the management there is really doing well. But I believe there are more to be done, and also not just in ENUGU, but in other schools too. How can this be achieved?
Thank you very much, at least for the accolades. I mean, giving it to us that we are doing well. It's good to hear, not always hearing the negative part. At least it's good to hear the positive part sometimes. Having said that, the challenges are there. Let me put it this way. The health system in Nigeria is challenged. She has said that. Then the training of these students is very much challenged. And unfortunately, nursing sciences is one of those courses that are affected severely by the Japan syndrome, where before they finish, they are already out of the system. And I don't want to talk like our former minister who said that we are training for export. We are not actually training for export. We are training for our use. It's not yet enough. So the challenges we have is not as if it's not going to be overcome. It just needs the government to put policies in check that we encourage what? Provision of infrastructure, classrooms, and manpower. If you build beautiful classrooms and build beautiful structures and you don't have those who are going to be there to lecture, you have not done it well. And because when the lecturers leave the country, what happens? The quality of training drops, and then even the ones you are exporting will no longer be valued. So the government has to put more money. That is the truth about it. They are trying. In the last 1 year or so, they are trying to do a lot of things. For example, in my school, the School of Nursing is getting a hostel for the first time that will be called Nursing Students Hostel. So that's a step in the right direction. But we need classrooms because the numbers are much. We need equipment. So it's government that will still put a lot of money. And then we need to talk about collaboration with alumni because we have a lot of them out there who are big. For example, what Professor Okafor did is something that can be emulated because she just came to give back to the system that she had actually helped to grow because she was the pioneer head of the department. She helped in the establishment of the faculty, and now she has come back to say, I want to do this. So this is a kind of cooperation that when you have, it will improve, because invariably this lecture is not going to be for the public only. The students are going to benefit from it. And if this is done well, some other lectures can come up. And that collaboration between the school and the alumni is very, very important in helping to solve the challenges. Thank you.
Yeah, all right. So the Deputy Provost mentioned, you know, the need for, you know, classrooms, hostels, and the rest. I'm more concerned from the angle of the need for lecturers, or shall I say teachers, but let's use lecturers, in university, tertiary education, that's from the healthcare system now, how much of a challenge could that be? Not just to UNEC per se, but to schools generally. Do you see them having enough lecturers to match the numbers of health sciences students coming to school every year upon year?
Thank you. The challenge is daunting, to say the least. And of course, you know, we can never, ever run away from the fact that the loss and therefore the shortage of lecturers is acute in Nigeria. You know, in the last few years, because of this greener pastures thing that has spread to more health sciences courses, students are, people are flocking into the program with the primary, purpose of, let me get the necessary training so that I will leave. And of course, that has driven the number of people, the population that apply and that even eventually get admitted due to pressure, to something unprecedented, something we have not been able to imagine for some time now. So it is there. And if you judge also from the fact that the same group of people who are going out are not willing to stay back. I can tell you, for example, in July last year, after graduating 28 postgraduate students, I appealed to each and every one of them. Is there any of you who would want to take up appointments? My answer was no. I didn't get one. So that is what is happening. So it's a reality that people are living. In my particular department, for example, at a time, everybody that is from the post of lecturer 1 left. Yes. So it's challenging. I'm just using this few to show us that it is actually there. And if it is like that in a place that we have plenty, so many of these lecturers, I don't know what is happening in other places. But if we close our eyes, it will be as if it's not there. But I think it's there. I just use our own. Our own is not critical. We are managing somehow. But I can imagine what is happening in other places that are not University of Nigeria and probably not University of Ibadan and so on.
Yeah. Okay. So it's a good thing that we have the Deputy Provost with us. Let's talk about this, the scarcity, or shall I say the jackpine, in quotes, of lecturers in schools. What would you say could be the major reason? Is it about the pay? Are they not, being given what they earn? It's not. It is not easy to be a lecturer. Looking at the number of students you're attending to, and the time, into all of that, and when you look at some of the politicians and other career, what they earn, and look back at the lecturers that educate the society, some lecturers may not feel they're earning what they deserve. Could it be that? Could it be maybe insecurity? What really do you think could be the challenge why lecturers are leaving, and those that would have stayed back regardless of their flying colors during graduation don't want to take up the opportunity of being employed?
Thank you. I think you've answered the question. The primary point driving people out of the system here is poor remuneration. Whether we like it or not, if you don't pay people well, they're not going to work, and because they're not satisfied. So once you don't have job satisfaction, no matter what you provide for that person, he's not going to stay. So primarily, the pay is very poor. Because when you do a comparative analysis of what nurses are paid in Nigeria compared to what nurses are paid elsewhere, you find out there's no reason why you should be here, especially when you're young, because you're wasting your time. If, let me put it this way, if Emeritus Professor Carver didn't have opportunity to travel out of the country today, spend some time over there working, I don't think she would have come back to make this endowment. I mean, because the contemporaries here will not be able to save such amount of money to put to the system. So it is basically the poor salary that is driving everyone out. Then these are all interrelated. When the system is poor, insecurity is there, a lot of people will not tolerate not being free again in the society where they are. But primarily, if we improve in the pay, and you know, when you improve pay, you're not just improving the pay of just one cadre of workers. It's going to be everywhere. And when money goes around the system is better, is very well funded. Crimes thrive very well in very poor societies, whether we like it or not. So primarily, if the government improves pay and improves the work environment, like when you learn something and you don't practice it, after some time, you are going to lose that skill. That is the truth. And nobody wants to learn a skill and finally will not be able to use that skill. So when you improve pay, you improve the environment where they work, make it better, people will stay.
Okay, so you made mention of something. When you learn something, you don't practice it, you know, you lose out on it. Let's look at the nursing sciences students, you know, like sciences students generally speaking. Although I must say congratulations to, of course, the nursing sciences, of course, your department and the health sciences in ENUGU. For the couple of times, I think just recently you had a community service week where you had different communities and the students went to practice what they've been learning, you know, and one of the students that I interviewed was very grateful because this was a first-hand experience for her before she gets into the market, so to speak, the field. How can schools, curriculums, help students be self-made even before getting to learn, even before getting into the field proper? How can school curriculum help students get to that level?
Basically, thank you again. Basically, most curricula that are developed, especially when it is in the, it's a practice-based, you know, curriculum or practice-based profession. You see that they meet basic minimum standards. For example, in Nigeria, we have an NUC that regulates that, making sure that the content is what it should be. And for a profession like nursing, we have the minimum standards again from the professional council. So many times the curriculum is not normally the issue. It is what is on ground to implement the curriculum. So the curriculum provides, for example, that in us we have some time in the clinical area, whether it is in the hospital for medical surgical experiences, in the community for the rural and community experiences, even in psychiatric hospital, maternal and child health centers, hospitals and clinics and you know, health centers, cottage hospitals, all those things are there. And of course, before they are able to move out, before they come to that point, that there are supposed to be simulation labs, demonstration labs that show them these things. And they try their hands at some of the procedures, and you have to ensure some level of understanding before you expose them to the real patient. And then when they go to the real patient as students in training, they are also supposed to be under preceptors who, you know, they work under supervisors because they are not licensed to go and begin to do anything independently. Yeah, so that they are protected by law. So we have also what we call nursing preceptors and so on. These are all in place. So granted that we're talking about shortages, the only challenge we have right now is that the number of students many times outstrip what is on ground, but that's not to say that the curriculum does not take care of such things.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So earlier on, you made mention of alumni supporting and also other collaborations from other partners. Can you buttress on that? Because the school, the government alone cannot really do the job, and the school needs more funding to stand, to do things. How can NGOs, stakeholders, alumni come in and, suffice the challenge?
Yeah, I mentioned the alumni specifically because world over, most great universities are actually maintained by the alumni. And it's so easy because there's a large pool. For example, the College of Medicine, where the School of Nursing has over years trained people that are strategically located in all spheres of nursing practice in this country. For example, there's no office you enter today, nursing council, whatever it is, big hospital, that you won't find somebody who had said, I trained at University of Nigeria Nursing School. So when we leverage on such background and organize them very well, they really do a lot. And then with this Japan syndrome, many of them are outside the country, in the United States, Canada, United Kingdom. When you pull small money, it comes out very large. And that is the story of funds like TED Fund, for example. It's small money that comes from companies that pulls together to be that kind. So alumni can pull fund and come together. And the good thing about alumni funding is this. It's not like the private partnership model where somebody is coming in because he wants some profit. When the alumni come in to do things, they don't really expect profit. The profit they get is the quality of the product that comes out of it, and they're happy. Many classes in medical school today are coming together to build classrooms, to build auditorium, to build refectories and stuff like that. And that is the kind of model we are proposing. So I believe that they could come in handy at this point in time. The corporate organizations, yes, could come in and build things and donate things. But sometimes when they come in with the model where they will have something in return. And invariably, what that means is that once it's profit driven, the university may not be able to control the cost of those properties. For example, if somebody builds a hostel for you, he's going to get back his money in the next maybe 10, 15 years. Invariably, he's going to fix his pay. And in the university, once you fix a pay that is not comparable to what you used to obtain, the students will go out on the streets and say, we won't pay. And no university administrator wants his students to come out to the street to say, we are being charged for that. And so the alumni model is something that we could explore. But even at that, beyond that, we could explore some useful PPPs that we go a long way in solving some of these challenges. That is what I was pushing.
All right, so we're gradually wrapping it. Okay, so let's talk about technologies, the involvement. How can it be used to, enhance the learning and, of course, the care of patients? Let's talk about the telemedicine and, of course, the electronic health records and also artificial intelligence. How can all of this come together to enhance, the learning process for students and also patient care?
Thank you. That all of them have been proven to be useful.
Yeah.
For example, telemedicine, telehealth, telenursing is everywhere. People are talking about it, and at least theoretically for us in Nigeria. But telenursing, for example, is built on the model that particular expert that may be out there, in maybe in the city, can actually, based on that particular resource, consult or contribute to the care of somebody that is in the rural area, by use of all those telecommunication systems. And so it happens. We are also told, we know about AI, that it is there. In nursing, one of the things that AI can do so much for us, AI has actually not come to take over nursing. That's one area it may not be able to take over. But AI can actually free the nurse to have more time for the nurse-patient relationship by probably taking care of taking over the documentation and so on. Because whether you like it or not, documentation takes so much of the nurse's time. In places where even electronic health records are working well, we are still coming. A few hospitals, especially private hospitals, are leveraging on it and so on. But anybody that has used the electronic health record, we also know that it takes a good chunk of the nurse's time. In some places, even in the United States, you see that somebody will finish working the shift and is still trying to impute the computer, and so on. So that is a major issue. It takes away a lot of the nurse's time, and the nurse's time is supposed to be spent with the patient. I looked at a study recently that talked about patient experiences in terms of the time spent with different healthcare providers in the health system. And the report said that 86% of the patient's time in the hospital is spent with nurses. And that's not saying too much. But when we employ other things that take away from this time, it actually imparts quality and outcome of patient care. So what we are saying is that AI can actually come in handy and to take away some of the things that are not core nurse-patient contact, and that way it enhances so much for us.
All right, thank you.
I just wanted to add that whether you call it AI, telemedicine, EMR, or whatever, basically it's human beings that we program those things, and it's still experts in those areas. It's still the nurses. If you're not knowledgeable in what in those areas, you won't be able to feed the program very well, because you have to feed the program for it now to go beyond that. But she summarized it all. All of them are very useful, and we invariably reduce the workload without diminishing the work of the nurse, because that contact, there's nothing that is better than that. That physical contact you make with your patient as you are seeing them, that reassurance, sorry, all those kind of things, nothing can take it away.
All right, you just mentioned diminishing the effort of the nurse.
Yeah.
What ethical challenges that are increasingly confronting the nurses, and how can the profession itself, manage that challenge?
Yeah. In this area, in this era of a lot of things going on social media, there's the issue of disclosure. You see, a lot of patients' information is just out there. You see, because just to understand it this way, because things are now done electronically, people can actually enter the system and get all the information about you, about what is problem and all those things.
Even when the patient wanted to be confidential.
And which not wanted to be, it should be confidential. Yeah. People get into it from the back server and they take away what they want, and then before you know it, it's out there. So it's still, most places I make speech these days, I tell the young students, you must not be carried away by social media. You see, there is, that patient is a human being first. You understand what I mean? So by the time you see things, images, you post it on the net because you felt, oh, this is a great one. You're posting somebody's privacy. And many times, the normal thing that we used to do, cover them up, nobody cares again. They want to create content. So the challenges there is the disclosure. Very, very, a very big challenge these days. Before you know it, it's out there. And but we keep teaching them and keep hoping that the systems will be encrypted to the level that it becomes very difficult for. But you know the teething problems are there because this is we are coming up new with computers and stuff like that. So in the process, a lot of non-professionals are being converted to do such jobs, and they don't understand why some things will be hidden or kept out from the system. For example, somebody saves a file and places it carelessly somewhere. Somebody else picks that file and plays it, sees something there, copies it, that kind of a thing. But ordinarily, in the resetting, when you finish these records, you try and lock it up. You make sure nobody goes near the unauthorized such things. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
And of course, associated with the confidentiality breach is the psychological harm it causes, which is also a major principle, because we are supposed to do no harm.
No harm.
Okay, so you sound really passionate right there. So looking ahead, what is your vision for the nursing future in Nigeria? And also, what are those reforms that you think should be put in place, to uphold your vision?
Well, I began to talk about, nursing, a kind of some more autonomy for nursing that we have now, because without that autonomy, we see that we just use our mouth to say that nurses constitute maybe 60%, maybe 70%, or whatever figure we give of the health workforce. Why are they there? Just there to be doing nothing. But we are talking about a situation where the work of the nurse is actually streamlined, recognized, so that they will be permitted to work. Permitted to work. I talked about empowerment before. You can train somebody, and we really train. But when the person is not permitted, given an environment to work, to showcase what he learned, it's not only demoralizing, but the nation loses. I don't know, somebody should worry about why nurses are the greatest number of healthcare providers. What do they give in return? What are they permitted to do in return? You hear me keep saying permission. And that's a lot for us. You are wondering, why are people elsewhere taking nurses, but why is nursing in Nigeria like nowhere? So what is the nurse supposed to be doing? We need to be able to streamline that in our Nigerian system. I believe that part, that empowerment, is actually one of the reasons why we can talk about universal health coverage not achieved, or something like maternal mortality still where it is. I'm not saying it's just nurses, but there's a model there. Recognize that they are there, use their expertise, then provide the support that they need. Incidentally, in discussing with Professor Emeritus Professor C.B. Okafor, she was telling me about the 4 years she practiced as a midwife in England. She said, and that was like in the 60s. She was telling me that throughout that time, she saw only one maternal death. And she told me the story of how it happened. And then she said, even then, they had flying squad. So you need somebody in the rural area, like she's a midwife, who is there, and who knows what to look for, what to see, and begin to do something. And so in that place, if a midwife is there practicing, there's no politics about it. You are just sure that that midwife knows what to observe and begin to maybe report and call for help. And it is seamless. So for her to practice maybe like 4 years, including rural areas, and not, see one maternal mortality. That's huge.
And in the 60s.
Yes, in the 60s. That's huge. It didn't say that the midwife didn't encounter problem. It only says something about the fact that when the midwife encounters a problem, she knows what to do. First of all, she knows what the problem is. She's trained to know. For example, my training in midwifery shows me that if a labor is going to be obstructed, I should know 8 hours before. If I play with 4 hours, I shouldn't play with the last 4 hours. And that's how I practice. So, but the support is there. If they call for flying squad, nobody is going to say, why is it a midwife calling? That's what we mean. Recognize that they are because they are there and they have work to do. We cannot just use what we have in the cities, big hospitals, to say that this is what the health system is. And I try to make my students understand the fact that you're seeing yourselves here does not mean Nigeria is covered. A lot of Nigerians don't get to see people wearing white in their lifetime. Who are there with them? So the earlier we open our eyes to know what to do in those places, then the better it is for us. And so in this particular, in a scenario like that, I begin to think about what a nurse can do. A nurse is not everything, definitely, but they are the people who could be there in places where other healthcare professionals may not be. So is there any support for them in terms of, first of all, policy, legislation, and then in terms of resources to work with, and in terms of their remuneration?
Remuneration.
Yes.
Very important.
She's beginning to unfold that lecture. I hope you are getting the point.
Of
She's
course.
beginning to unfold the lecture so that people could come there.
Of course.
And emeritus professor did a lot of work in supporting the traditional birth attendants, so to what they are called. I think on that day you will hear more of that.
Yes. So just the last question from me for you now. If Emeritus Professor C.D. Okafor was here today, what message do you think she would like to share with today's nurses?
Yeah, it's a message of hope. I mean, thinking of where she started and where she is now and where nursing is now. Because at times when I see such people, I really think that these are the people that saw tomorrow. Let me put it that way. Why did I say that? By the time she's been in England, she came back, I think she was in the Southwest. Finally, she came to ENUGU to establish the School of Nursing. Little did she know that that baby, that seed she was planting on that time, on that day, will eventually be something that everybody will be referencing. Because I'm so proud whenever I go anywhere and maybe say, where did you train? The person says, UNEC. I say, really? And the person, 82, 83, 84, that kind of a thing. That's great. So it's a matter of hope because there was none before. I'm talking about the current degree nursing. Then it was this diploma nursing that was common everywhere. And then they came with the degree nursing, was able to incorporate it into the university system. And now, look at what she was telling you the other day. Last year, she trained 28 postgraduate students, just last year alone.
Just July.
So you could see where the profession is going to. Yeah. So, and right now in ENUGU, we have a lot of nursing schools all around. So it's continuous growth. So a message of hope and a message of people to be consistent in whatever you do. Just continue to do that and the change will come. Like she was saying, there has to be an interrogation of any system after some time. We don't just continue to do things because this is how we do it. No. At times we sit back and say, what we have done over these years, how has it impacted in the system? And once you're able to do that, you're able to bring out intervention points that will go a long way in making the society better.
All right, and lastly with you, just to refresh the thoughts and mind of the watchers out there, what are we here for, and when is these lectures commencing? Well, just touch it again. Let's wrap it up with that.
Thank you very much. The lecture is termed Professor Emeritus Professor Chinyelo B. Okafor Annual Nursing Lecture Series. the first of its kind. I think even in nothing in Nigeria. Yeah, I can say that because the lecturer that is coming from Ibadan, immediately I spoke to her, she was too excited. She said, we have somebody like this? Yeah. That was even what drove her. She didn't think of any other thing. She was in Canada for some time. She came back, she went back and all that. She goes all over Nigeria. But when I told her, I mean all over the world, but when I told her, he said, no, I must. So, it is going to start. The maiden edition is slated for the 10th of June. That's Wednesday of next week. And I think it promises to be a good outing.
The venue?
The venue is College of Medicine. That's the one we call Onkoma Hall.
At Ituku.
At Ituku Ozala. Yes. That is where it will be. And you'll be surprised. People will be there. The chairman alone is a person of, that we can reckon with. The commissioner for health is one of our own. Is also into it and all that. So, and the message is, why is maternal mortality persisting? It should not, in her own balance, at this time in the 21st century. And she is still passionate. I'm not surprised that this topic was created, with her input. Her input was quite much there, because wherever she sees maternal mortality, she's backed up. There is a program. There's this facility that is somewhere in Umuchibo, the one that is Danjuma Foundation.
Okay.
If you go there, if you go inside there, you see the maternity section. It's named after her, because she also endowed that program just for the sake of maternal health. There was a story she heard, and her heart was broken, that a woman drowned trying to cross a river in order to access a pregnant woman trying to access maternal health service. So that kind of thing. So wherever she sees maternal health, she's there. She doesn't want maternal mortality. And she wants us to come and talk about why will it persist at a time in 21st century and in a place like Nigeria.
All right, so you've heard it. Of course, this is going to be an amazing and beautiful time to learn about, of course, the whole maternal issues happening, not just in Nigeria, but of course all over the world. And we've got great hands to be discussing on this that very day. It's going to be an amazing time, and you should be there. You want to learn more about your field, your career, meet great minds, scholars, that will help you understand what you want to go into. This is where you should be. The first Emeritus Professor C.V. Okafor Annual Nursing Lecture Series of College of Medicine in UNEG. It's going to be an amazing time that you should be there. Thank you so much, Deputy Provost. Thanks for joining us.
My pleasure.
Thank you. HOD.
Thank you
Thank
so
you so
much.
much. It's been a nice time having you.
Thank you so much.
All right, this is how far we go on this segment this morning. Stay with us because we have an exciting package coming your way shortly after this break.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Nigeria Super Eagles have arrived in Portugal ahead of the international friendly match against the FIFA World Cup-bound Portuguese national team. Fresh from their successful outing at the Unity Cup in London, the three-time African champions were held to a 2-2 draw by Poland in an international friendly played in Warsaw on Wednesday. The team led by head coach Eric Chell touched down in Lisbon, the capital city of Portugal, on Thursday as preparations intensify for Sunday's highly anticipated encounter. The friendly match is expected to provide another important test for the Super Eagles as Chell continues to assess his squad ahead of upcoming competitive fixtures. Angola's preparations for upcoming international assignments have been disrupted following the cancellation of a scheduled friendly match against Botswana due to travel-related difficulties affecting the visiting team. The Botswana Football Association confirmed that logistical challenges prevented the national team from making the trip for the international fixture, forcing the cancellation of a match that was expected to provide both sides with valuable competitive preparation during the FIFA international window. The cancellation represents a setback for both countries, as friendly matches play an important role in player assessment, squad development, and maintaining competitive fitness ahead of major tournaments and qualification campaigns. Angola's football authorities are now expected to explore alternative arrangements to ensure the Palancas Negras maximize the current international window, while Botswana will focus on addressing the issues that led to the cancellation. Portugal captain Cristiano Ronaldo is expected to feature in his country's international friendly against Nigeria after reportedly making himself available for selection ahead of the highly anticipated encounter in Lisbon. The veteran forward had initially been taped to sit out the fixture as part of efforts to manage his workload ahead of the FIFA World Cup. Reports suggested Portugal's coaching staff were considering giving the 41-year-old an additional rest following a demanding campaign to ensure he arrived at the tournament in peak condition. The friendly is expected to serve as Portugal's final test before the World Cup and offers the coach an important opportunity to assess his team against one of Africa's leading football nations. Ronaldo's availability is recorded as a significant boost for the Portuguese side as they finalize their plans for the tournament. For Nigeria, the prospect of facing one of football's most decorated players adds extra intrigue to an already high-profile fixture. In golf, Jennifer Kupcho made a strong start to golf's second women's major of the year as she leads the US Women's Open by one shot after the first round on Thursday. The 29-year-old American fired a 566 at Revelry Country Club in Los Angeles to lead from South Korea's Kim Se-young. Kupcho, whose only previous major title came at the Chevron Championship in 2022, opened with 3 straight birdies and finished with 7 overall, along with 2 bogeys. In cricket, Ollie Robinson said he thought he would never play Test cricket for England again after he ended a 2-year absence at Lord's on Thursday. On a chaotic opening day of England's first Test against New Zealand, the 32-year-old made his comeback in emphatic style, taking 4 wickets for 10 runs, including a triple wicket maiden in his first over. Robinson's last international appearance came against India in 2024 and had been overlooked by selectors due to concerns relating to conditioning. With a new ball in his hand, Robinson started his first over on Thursday by bowling 2 dot balls before dismissing Devon Conway for IBW. That's sports news on Signature TV. I'm Christopher Lele. All right, this is a retrospect where we take a look at what has happened so far this week from Monday through Friday on Signature Morning. In case you've missed out on any of the conversations we had. On Monday, we talked about examining the culture of rigging in Nigeria, party primary elections as a case study, and the guest was Caleb Okeke Iombi, who did justice to that conversation. We also had, okay, that was for Monday. Let's take a look at that before we come over for Tuesday.
We may allude to, because some of the videos came up online. We saw counting in a way that we've not seen counting done before. We saw people counting 1 to 30, and from 30 to 100, from 100 to 300. And you ask yourself question: is it that the people who are doing this counting did not attend basic arithmetic class in primary school? But we know the answer. The answer is that they did. However, it is part of the bigger problem we're talking about, which is political parties in Nigeria going into primaries with a predetermined outcome. And that has marred the experience, both for politicians who become aspirants in these political parties, and for the people, the members, who attend these exercises, having in mind to elect their choice aspirants to become candidates of their party. But how that is done and what comes out of these primaries, as across board, is yet to be seen. It doesn't reflect in most cases the will of party members otherwise who wanted to bring out someone else. I think that also it is fair to comment. It is fair to comment that political parties are also not ideological. And part of what we are seeing is a symptom of the larger problem. The larger problem, which is lack of ideology in political parties. Because political parties have ideologies, you will feel that the party will gravitate towards aspirants who embody those ideologies, or who are seen as embodiments of the ideology or the core idea or objectives of the party. But what we are seeing in most cases is that the major criteria for selection of candidates, if you want to use the word selection, is buoyancy. In this case, which candidate is more liquid, has more money to prosecute the election. So in some cases, we find that parties are even asking for proof of funds from candidates, to ascertain if they have funds to run an election. That don't be so. In the popular democracy, what we have is a popularity contest. Aspirants are meant to move into the field and have a popularity contest, not a contest of wealth or a contest of affluence. It's a contest of integrity, of values, of track record of those aspirants in terms of the positions they have held before the election cycle or primary cycle, which they engage themselves in. But what we are seeing in most of the parties is that is not to be so. It's become a contest of how much do you have to prosecute elections. And in the extreme cases, the tickets are outrightly sold out to the highest bidder. In extreme cases, they are outrightly sold out to the highest bidder. Sure. Because what happens is that when you've sold out a ticket, what it means is that every other person who is an aspirant in that race is quote unquote fooling himself. And also party members are also just exercising, making an exercise in futility. What it means is that the person who the party wants, who majority of the party or preponderance of the party members want, will not emerge. Rather, what will emerge or who will emerge from such a process will be the person who has procured the ticket for himself at the amount that the party has deemed right. So these are the issues as we have them, coming out of all of the primaries that have been conducted by all of the parties in Nigeria. You'd note that INEC had given 30th of May as a deadline initially for parties to submit the names of their candidates. And so it is now left to be seen if the court judgment delivered by Justice Motosho in Federal High Court Abuja, asking INEC that their deadline was not in tandem with the extant laws and regulations of the country, if it will carry any weight. But for now, I think and I believe that most of parties have complied with the erstwhile INEC deadline of 30th of May. So that leaves us with the facts on the ground. All of the parties in Nigeria have conducted primaries. And the issues coming up of those primaries are what Nigerians pay attention to as we move on to 2027.
Right. Now, from what you've said, does that also translate to this idea of having a consensus candidate, which some people would term as an imposition of some sort? Do you think that this is also part of that dynamic of political parties having a consensus agreement to select one person?
When you say a consensus candidate, what you are referring to, by its very own etymology of that word, the meaning of that word, means that people came together and they agreed. Then you ask the question, who are the people who are to come together to agree on one person? It is the aspirants, not the party, not the leadership of the party. It is the aspirants themselves, barring no other interference. If there are, for example, yourself, myself, and 4 other persons are running for the office, and we are 6 of us, it is the aspirants themselves who are to sit down in a closed-door meeting and look at the advantages of every one of them. Everybody puts his card on the table. And at the end of such a closed-door meeting, they will arise from that meeting with an endorsement of one of them to become the flag bearer of the party. That is how you arrive at a consensus, as it is intended by, democratic tenets and practices. What we see in practice is not what I described to you. What we see in practice when you say consensus in the Nigerian experience is no longer that parties, go ahead to the parties to their election, which is the aspirants, go ahead to select one of them through some logical and factual criteria. What we have is that, again, vested interests, backdoor meetings, phone call and pressures are mounted on party leadership, to give a ticket to one candidate, one aspirant or the other. So that, in its very nature, is not consensus. So we've, obviously, Nigerians and Nigerian political parties have bastardized the concept of consensus candidacy. So what has that given rise to? That has given rise to unpopular candidates emerging. Because if you go into a consensus meeting, if candidates or aspirants are to go into a consensus meeting, they are meant to, cast votes for each other. And when they have done presenting their case and their cards on the table, they are meant to cast votes for each other. And when they do that, they are now able to, among themselves, whoever gets the highest votes should have been deemed as emerged a consensus, and they present such a person to party leadership, saying that they have, among themselves, chosen somebody to present not just their aspirations, but their interests in the given position, which is uncontested. So yes, the new electoral law makes room for only 2 ways to select candidates to go parties, which is namely the consensus method and the direct primaries. It has now done away with the delegate primary election, which was fraught by bazaar and vote buying and all manner of ill practices. So now that we are left by the electoral guideline with only 2 options, which is consensus and direct primaries, I think that it's now time again that political parties should re-examine their conduct of consensus process, as well as their conduct of direct primaries. I earlier mentioned direct primaries where countings are done as though the counter doesn't know how to count, where numbers are skipped, and where figures are inflated. In the same token, we have also seen certain consensus processes that are just imposition, and they do not follow the tenets, or they do not follow the spirit of what a consensus process should be.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
All right, and on Tuesday, we looked at the effects of insecurity on children, women, and the vulnerable groups in Nigeria. The same day, we also talked about the reality of climate change and its links to food and general insecurity in Nigeria. Please take a watch.
Looking at, these vulnerable groups, in your opinion, who are the people that you would say are more affected by this insecurity in the country? And how would you say that the insecurity in Nigeria has evolved, and how has that also impacted said people who are at a disadvantaged position?
Okay, thank you for that question. Vulnerable persons actually indicate people who are social at a disadvantage in the society. We're talking about people, we are talking about women, children, elderly persons. We're talking about people living with disabilities. But in the context of today's Nigeria, I think we are all vulnerable. Because kidnapping and general insecurity is not constrained to any group alone. It is affecting each and every one of us. Now, moving from it, I remember that this present insecurity started as far back as the early 2000s, and the government's inability to nip this evil in its bud has, brought us to where we are currently. And where we are currently is that most of us do not sleep with our two eyes closed. You are on the road, you can be kidnapped. In fact, it is as if it has become a normality in Nigeria. Insecurity is not more something that is incredulous, but it's something that has become part of our daily life. And this is impacting greatly on people. You can bear with me that before now, I will just use some states as an example, but it's affecting everything. Before now, you would agree with me that Borno State, which was most hard hit of all the states when it comes to insecurity, was a peaceful state. Maduguri especially was a place that was like a melting pot of Nigeria. And not that only that, it was peaceful. Economic activities were thriving. But today, it is a ghost of its former self. Are we talking only about Maduguri? Go to the east. We know that present before you can walk at any time in the eastern states. But today, what is happening? People can barely go to their villages for Christmas. When you are going, you have to go nondescript. You would have to go with security guards. Everywhere is affected, not even the West. Everywhere is affected by this insecurity, and the impact, I can tell you, is monumental.
Now, just like you mentioned a couple of vulnerable groups, women, children, but also everyone is vulnerable. But looking at the recent incidents that have happened and kidnapping of school children at different points in the country, how would you say that this insecurity has changed, childhood experience for millions of Nigerian children? How would you say that this has also impacted and affected them psychologically, emotionally, and what have you?
Thank you also for that question. That question is very paramount. Recently we heard that over 40 children were kidnapped in Ogbomoso, a town that has always known relative peace in your state. And 2 or 3 days later, we saw children running around, running from school in pandemonium, in panic, because they had a rumor that kidnappers were in town. Just yesterday, there was a rumor in parts of the suburb of Lagos State, Magbon, the Ogun State basis, that kidnappers were in town and people hurriedly left wherever they were to go to school. Children are not supposed to live in fear, because if you look at it, it's going to actually affect the intake of children into the educational system. Parents who are not assured that children will be safe in school will have a hard time, putting the children back to school. You will also bear in mind with me that Nigeria has one of the highest out of school children statistics. Now, with this current state of affairs, people will not want to put their children in school. Children who are in school may not concentrate because they are living in fear. Even the teachers will no longer be motivated, because if they come to see, our children spend 12 to 14 hours in school every day. Now, when they are not even safe, a school is supposed to be a safe place, and they are no longer safe there, then it's a ripple effect on the whole society. Parents are psychologically traumatized. Children do not enjoy to get to be children any longer, because childhood is a time of peace. It's supposed to be a time of wanton disregard for any kind of responsibility or fear. But with them living in constant fear, it's going to affect their academics. And I bet you, a nation that does not have readers would have itself to blame in the long run.
And just beside that, we also see that women often also experience this issue of insecurity in their own different way, But looking at, the situation generally, why does it seem that women are often, or in your opinion, why would you say that women are often one of the most vulnerable victims during periods of insecurity?
Okay, so women are actually seen as the weaker sex, but of course I'm a women rights activist. I do not totally believe in that, but physiologically we are weaker than the male gender. And you would also know that women over the years, across countries, across continents, have always been targets of insecurity of men when it comes to insecurity. And because it is so easy to overpower us physically, we are more vulnerable. And then do not forget that gender-based violence, even in the times of peace, is a thing. Now imagine when it is in time of conflict, you will see that there's always an increment of rape and other forms of gender violence. There is also the incidence of women getting pregnant outside getting pregnant indiscriminately because they're being abused. Then there's a lack of access to maternal health. When there's insecurity, women do not have access to the hospital, to the clinic, and that also increases the risk of maternal death. So these are the impacts that it has on women, and that is one of the things why we always try to advocate for peace, because the most hard hits are always women. Do not forget that women are saddled with the responsibility of children, and while men can easily run away, women, is either they're breastfeeding, they're backing a baby, or they have little ones that they have to guide. So it always makes them very vulnerable
to such attacks.
All right. And because of this issue of insecurity, we have a lot of internally displaced persons, men, women, and children. And they also have their own risks because insecurity chased them out, but even where they are, insecurity is still coming to them. So I'd also like you to speak on that as well for internally displaced persons. Do they have any rights that also protect them from, experiencing more insecurity issues even in their condition? They have a lot of vulnerabilities as well. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on that too.
Okay, I want to say it categorically that the whole of Nigeria is now an IDP camp. We are all almost internally displaced persons, or every one of us, if I'm not exaggerating. And that is very sad because government has a sole responsibility of securing the lives of its citizens and the properties. But unfortunately, government is failing in that regard. I also want to say that because somebody is internally displaced does not mean that all the rights, innate rights, are alienated. The 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, as amended 2023, is very explicit. So long as you're a citizen of Nigeria, the Constitution guarantees your rights. You have a right to life, you have a right to free movement, you have a right to association, you have a right to be free from indignity and torture of person.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
I hope you enjoyed those conversations actually. Now let's take a look at what happened on Wednesday, the conversation that was had. We had a conversation, the reality of climate change and the links to food and of course general insecurity in Nigeria. And also from there we take a look at Wednesday, where we looked at the validity of known state actors, researches and data in teaching insecurity. Please take a watch.
Communal insurgency, poverty and general insecurity. Nigeria is heavily dependent on rain-fed agriculture. We have very weak adaptive capacity. As I was saying earlier, developing countries, which Nigeria is one of them, may not be the major culprit to climate change event, but we are at the receiving end. We see the repercussion of climate change day in, day out. I think about 2 or 3 years ago, Nigeria signed, or rather the National Climate Change Law was enacted, and there was a climate change commission. But you cannot say that that commission is effective in any way, because climate change realities are more felt in our rural communities. It is when you go to our rural communities, that's when you begin to see climate change in active sense of it. Let me give you an example of what's happening in the north, because when we talk about the interaction between climate change and insecurity, it is particularly more evident in northern Nigeria. And the Lake Chad, where drought, desertification, shrinking water resources, and environmental degradation have intensified competition over land and water resources among farmers, pastoralists, and fishing communities. There's a report, I think recently by UNDP, event of climate change. And as we all know, Nigeria is a developing country, so Nigeria may not be a culprit to that. And we know who are the major culprits, are the normally from scientific evidence are the advanced countries who are the major polluters through their industrialization. But you cannot say that that commission is effective in any way, change realities are more felt in our rural communities. It is when you go to our rural communities, that's when you begin to see climate change in active sense of it. Let me give you an example of what's happening in the north. Because when we talk about the interaction between climate change and insecurity, it is particularly more evident in northern Nigeria. And the Lake Chad, where drought, desertification, shrinking water resources, and environmental degradation have intensified competition over land and water resources among farmers, pastoralists, and fishing communities. There's a report, I think recently by UNDP, that says that Lake Chad has lost approximately 90% of its original size since 1960. Meaning, Lake Chad Basin, normally it is about 25,000 square kilometers. But as it is today, it's about 2,000 square kilometers due to climate variability and unsustainable water management and environmental degradation. And what does that tell you? Are you not surprised that we have a recurrent issue or an ongoing issue of Boko Haram in that area, or many of these crises happening? I participated in a research 2017 in Kaduna State on climate variability and livelihood vulnerability, where a study was conducted across Kaduna State to determine how vulnerable are we in terms of all the human capital development, human capital index. That is financial capital, social capital, natural capital, physical capital, and then other capital. There are 5, and then social capital. So an analysis was conducted. The LVI, Livelihood Vulnerability Index, shows that Kaduna State, I'm giving us an example now, is highly vulnerable to the vagaries of climate change, climate variability. Now what it means? It means we are very weak in terms of natural capital because our farmers depend on rain-fed agriculture. And once you have food shortages, there is bound to be inflation. The little amount of food that we have available for everybody will be very scarce. Thereby, there will be rising prices due to the climate variability event that we are witnessing today. So this is just an example that I'm trying to give so that you can now see what it means to have to ignore this issue of climate change as we are doing in Nigeria. Is it that we don't take it as serious? Or is it that we feel we in the urban centers, we are somehow shielded? We are not shielded. Because we depend on a food system that is rural-based. Our farmers are rural-based. And once we ignore the repercussion of climate change on our rural communities, it means the ripple effect will be felt in our cities. More than 70% of our people are living in the rural areas, or 67%, based on reports, 60-70% are on rural dwellers. Are you not surprised that every year in, year out, we often have rural urban migration, especially in the northern part of the country, where desertification is not an order of the day. According to the report, we lose about 6 kilometers of our land area every year to desertification. Soil nutrient is being depleted every year in and out. Shrinking water bodies. These are far-reaching consequences of climate change that we are living with day in, day out. When you go to the south, the flooding, climate change event is being felt in the south in terms of flooding. Flooding activities in River State and across river and several other states in the south are all living witness, are all living events for us to see how far this can go. Hello?
Yes, I'm with you, Dr. Manu.
Okay. Now, if you look at farmer-herder conflict across Nigeria, particularly in states like Benue, Plateau, Kaduna, Nasarawa, Taraba, and Abra State, these are events that we attribute to climate change and climate variability. Because increased desertification, prolonged drought, and declining pasture availability in North Nigeria have forced pastoralists to migrate southward in search of grazing land and water resources. So these people are climate migrants, migrating from point A to point B in search of grazing land. Why? Because the grazing land available here, as we know, due to incident of climate change, and they don't normally survive, they don't normally put up with the pressure of cattle here. That's why we have these issues. I was in what do you call it? There's another government in Kabura. I visited for a research, and I realized that cattle and people in that area are sharing the same source of water. The same, in fact, upstream of the river, people were there fetching water. Downstream, I saw cattle. I said, okay, this could be the reason why we have a current event of conflict in this area. Because once this stream dry up, as it was bound to be, the next thing, the little available amount of water resource available, will not be a bone of contention for these two group of people.
All right, Dr. Manu, but would you say that the general insecurity in Nigeria is primarily fueled by the issue of climate change? Because you've mentioned the farmer-herder conflict, but we also know that there are parts of agriculture is most people are migrants. They move like.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The right finger and all that. So, in matters of, with respect to the subject matter, the civil non-state actors are doing wonderfully well in trying to fill the vacuum, in trying to take risk their lives, liberties, and all that to go into unveiling or masking the situation report with regard to the subject matter you just mentioned. So in the case of Nigeria, it is not surprising. The civil society organizations or non-state actors have to come in because the state actors have no data. They don't have any good data management. They don't have credible statistics banks. They don't have anything. For instance, in the case of Nigeria, at the level of state actor here, that is in the context of state actor here, we are talking about a country that has not conducted a national census since 2006, and that is 20 years today. So with that kind of big gap in the system, what else do you need to do when the state actors are nowhere to be found in matters of credibility of data collection and management? The government has continuously relied on hearsay and so on and so forth, and the empty criticism of those that have labored to collect data in their own way, at their own risk. Well, now the government that has all the resources allocated to it cannot even conduct an ordinary national census since 2006. Not to talk of having a kind of a credible crime data. You know, like when was the last time you read police report about what we call crime statistics for the Nigerian police force? So, I mean, people who are killed outside the law, people who are killed within the law, police, the Nigerian security agencies do not have even a single one of them. What they continuously do is to mangle the data. If, for instance, an incident where 20 people are killed, they will confirm. We now have Nigerian security agencies that are created to confirm casualties and what have you. Not even to manage it, not even to stop it. You know, so that is the situation we have here. And in this kind of situation, what do? We are even lucky that we have some non-state actors that are dedicated and taking the risk of collecting and computing and analyzing this data we are talking about.
So if the government has been unable to do this proper tracking of insecurity issues in Nigeria due to, funding issues and what have you. How then are these non-state actors and civil society organizations able to gather their information, especially from these very insecure and conflict-prone areas and communities? If the government hasn't been able to do it or penetrate those areas to get the accurate numbers, can you explain to us how these non-state actors have been able to go in there and get the data in those very insecure communities and conflict-prone zones?
Well, the non-state actors that have been engaged in that should be commended. And they have expertise in data collection. And the non-state actors are not only restricted to civil society organizations. They are also part of them are the media industry, the electronic segment of the media, the print segment of the media, the web segment of the media. It's a collective effort. And within the confines of the media industry, we have different interest groups or expert groups. For instance, in the area of religious films or religious entities, religious background, ethnic grouping, and what have you, the gender and things like that, age bracket of those that are affected. You have another aspect of segment of the media that just specialize in generalized reports. For instance, 20 people have been killed in Zamfara community, and that's all. No age bracket, no gender representation, no religious representation, and what have you. And these are the people who probably work do that because of fear of state censorship and all that. But there are also those who specialize in going deeper to be able to determine. So the thing is that Nigeria is lucky to have non-state actors. Unfortunately, the state actors, instead of going back to the drawing board, are all out to even frustrate, intimidate, harass, brutalize, and even keep the state actor researcher, non-state actor researchers out of existence, either by way of threats or by way of jamming, compromising their digital appliances, such as websites and mobile phone numbers and what have you, all in the name of the so-called national security, which we call national insecurity. Because you cannot tell me that people who are problem solvers, taking their neck, taking the risk to get the attention of the government of Nigeria to address this.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
All right, and on Thursday we talked about 2027 political build-ups, re-examining the strength of democratic structure in Nigeria, and of course our guest was Ejike Okba. It was an exciting and beautiful time. And of course on Friday, after Thursday, we talked about why is PPP not attracting to government in Nigeria. Why is PPP not attracting government in Nigeria? And our guest on that was Obi Israel. We had also same Friday 2027 political build-ups towards a peaceful electoral process. Our guest Pat Onukwele was the one to help us to understand all of this. Please take a watch.
And Yaradua, and then Buhari, and now you have Tinubu. So when you look at those, 3 men or 4 men that have handled the democratic process, the question that needs to be asked of Nigerians: what is the dividend of democracy? Is that dividend of democracy benefiting their average life today? And i.e., you look at the value of the naira, you look at the electoral process. Nigeria does not have election. They have selection. I think Obasanjo is the one to be held accountable, because when his time was up, the first time he wanted to change the constitution, if not for Kenneth Namani, who was the Senate president at the time, that forestalled that Obasanjo would have extended his term to 3 terms. But, thank God he did that. But then, what has Nigeria gotten out of it? Obasanjo was the one that also injected the idea of consensus candidates. Instead of allowing the primary to take course, Obasanjo decided to handpick who was going to succeed him. And every other president since then has followed in his footsteps. So if there's any fault, if there's any apportioning of fault, Obasanjo has to get the lion's share. But, let's move forward. Nigeria political process is about strong individuals and not strong institutions. Democracy works when you have strong institutions, i.e. your judiciary, i.e. your legislative, that can checkmate the executive. But in the case of Nigeria, that doesn't happen. You see what Tinubu is doing, he's rallied a bunch of APC governors, and basically like, hey, if you don't support me, you're not going to get reelected. That shouldn't be the case. The Nigerian electoral structure or infrastructure is weak. There's no credibility behind it. They have this sense that they have to choose a college professor or somebody who's a doctor from Maurice Yuwu to the guy who is going to do it for 2027. Where's the confidence in the system? No government structure in itself is perfect, but at least there's got to be an element of trust. The Nigerian people do not trust the political structure they have. And when that trust is eroded or doesn't even exist, what you have is the sort of situation where 1 plus 36 men are running Nigeria and oftentimes ruining Nigeria. So democracy hasn't produced for Nigeria, even though people might give the excuse, oh, well, 27 years is not enough. No. A fool at 40, just like Nigeria has passed 40 in coming on their 66th year of independence. A fool at 40, like the saying goes, is a fool forever. You don't have to wait for 300 years or 200 years to really get it right. But for the first 25 years, you haven't gotten it right. You haven't. So when is that democracy going to work the way it's supposed to work? You say one Nigeria. There shouldn't be one Nigeria. There should be localized influences, because like we say in America, and it holds true in every other geography, every politics is local. Let the people decide where they are, and not somebody in Abuja dictating how somebody is going to win an election here or there. I think the 6 political subdivisions or zones in Nigeria, just exist on paper, because if they are really, really, credible, the president should not be running Nigeria. It should be run from the 6 zones and then the other states.
Now, why do you think that we have failed? I mean, after all these years, we still haven't been able to build strong institutions. We still have a lot of distrust in the electoral process and a number of other things that you've mentioned. What would you say is the reason behind that, the fact that as a country, we have constantly failed to get to a point where we can say that we have strong structures and institutions?
Because the average Nigerian worships, it starts from the family structure. How many people in Nigeria speak up to their parents and say, Papa or Mama, we can do this, can we try this? And then in trying to build a modern state, you will now inject, traditional institutions. You have the Igwes, the Obas, the Amainabos, the MS. All of those people are interfering in building a modern state because they are basically tribal people. Tribal people don't build successful nations. So Nigeria has got itself in a web, and they don't know how to get out of the web. Because now sometimes you see, for instance, Obasanjo is very guilty of this. Obasanjo will go in and before an Eme or Oba or Igwe. You have taken the entire image of Nigeria as the president, which is the highest political holder, and then you go and bow before a traditional ruler. What does that mean? Sometimes optics, in terms of how you conduct yourself, says more than what you are being saying. So that is what is holding Nigeria. And so Nigerians are not very confident to even challenge their own parents, to even challenge their own Igwe or Oba or Eman, whatever that is. So now you migrate to the political people who have control of the police and the resources. You're just going to kneel down. You're going to roll on the floor, and then they will step all over you. So if you really want to change this, the family structure has to be credible. People begin to ask questions, not where your papa or your mama is telling you this is what you do. So because of that cowering, Nigerians cower a lot. Even though they know what they're doing is not right, they just still don't let offend anybody. Humility. They become humble to be humiliated. If you don't speak up in a democracy, then what else are you getting? So you are in a dictatorship. You call it democracy, but it's still dictatorial because your governor. You look at what goes on in some of these states. Have you ever seen any commissioner awarding contract? It's always the governor. And when they put up the signs for a public project, they put the name of the governor as if the governor is using his own money. This is the people's money. You should not be acknowledging these people. But again, it goes back to the traditional nature of a Nigerian. They don't ask questions.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Showmanship, who is in charge, and so on and so forth. In Nigeria today, we need more than $2.3 trillion. I say more than $2.3 trillion from our research to close the infrastructural gap. So this is huge money. It's not something to joke with. The money is required in a very big manner, not just a talk shop, not just scratching the skin. We need this money, and how do we get the money? Government alone cannot do it. I will not be willing to do it. We're talking about coastal highways, talking about airports, seaports, refineries, gas plants, education, healthcare delivery. These are areas that we need the attention of government to come in, and the institutions to be able to continue with what is required. You cannot do it alone. That is what we are saying here. You can't do it alone. The government must encourage such people that have the funding, the institutions, to come in and be of help. So poor budget figures in Nigeria make PPP projects very, very important, so that those who have the money can come in to complement the efforts of government. Budget alone cannot close the infrastructural gap at all. It does not happen. It does not happen at all. If you make your budget, you can measure your figures, can be looking good on paper, but that is not what is required. This should be practical. There must be good governance. There must be sanctity of contracts. There must be improved risk-sharing methods. Otherwise, PPP will remain an illusion to the Nigerian government, even in the far future. But all hope is not lost. Hello, are you hearing me now? Are you still hearing me? Yes, all hope is not lost with all the challenges surrounding PPP in Nigeria. We as members of PTRIPAN, the body that is always there to train and advise government on how to benefit from PPP projects, will continue to create the awareness. Yes, the PTRIPAN. I'm a member and the chairman of the advocacy committee. We keep on pushing, keep on creating the awareness among government circles to see the need to embrace PPP projects. It's not a python. It's not a devastating lion. It is something that is meant for the good of the society. Government will have enough funds to provide massive infrastructural facilities all over the country. Everybody will be good for it. This is how to build a just and egalitarian society, a place where you can now attract a lot of direct foreign investments, promote massive employment, and make life comfortable for the people. So there are different segments or sectors of our national life where we can engage PPP projects and make life very, very easy and comfortable for the citizens. So we keep on talking about it. We keep on training people, and we're always available like consultants to make sure that government imbibes the spirit of PPP, which is something that is done all over the world, not only in Nigeria, so that everybody will benefit from what PPP is all about. So that is it for now, and we have more to say, but because our time is so short, I don't know whether we are to have questions or by you or by listening public so that we can make things clearer right now. Let me see here from you before we continue. Hello, are you there? Hello?
Between
Hello?
government
Are you
and
hearing me at all?
investors, because one of the issues around this public-private partnership is that private investors seem to be wary of doing business here in Nigeria. So what would you say are those concerns that are raised most frequently by investors when they consider coming to Nigeria for PPP opportunities?
Yes. Did you listen to my submissions a few minutes ago? Oh, we're not cut off. Did you hear me very well?
We need you to
Hello?
expand more on it because it's an issue that is very recurrent. So just expand more on that particular thing because you listed out a number of things while you were speaking.
Good. One, there must be regulatory, what do you call it, trust. In a situation, in a country where you go to courts and judges are bribed to speak from both sides of their mouth, if you are an investor, you don't want to go there to invest, there must be regulatory trust. There must be powerful institutions to say, no, this is what will happen. Not one person twisting the institutions and putting investing public at risk. I've mentioned the factors to be considered before we can attract foreign direct foreign investments. Before we invest in public, whether from Nigeria here or from Africa as a continent, other continents can come to Nigeria to put their money for PPP deliveries. There must be policy consistency all the time. There must be good governance. There must be trust that, look, there's no danger of political instability. Before you know it, military will take over government and begin to speak in military terminologies, dictatorship, cancelling projects, and so on and so forth. No private sector would like to come to a country like that to spend billions of money. That's what I'm saying. A government should, if government is very sincere of fighting corruption, then it should imbibe this spirit of PPP, because there is endemic corruption embedded in civil service. That's one of the reasons for government not being in good terms with PPP.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Their permanent voters card, and to ensure that they find and cross-check where their voting centers will be at the end of the day. So that 2003 election is still there, haunting INEC. So INEC must deliver. INEC must deliver. And I believe if they're honest and sincere, they could deliver a transparent election.
Now, speaking of INEC, let's talk about, their electoral credibility, because many Nigerians still have strong opinions about INEC and their expectations and how their handling of electoral processes over the years. What is your submission to INEC as a body and also their performance and how they have fared with electoral processes so far?
Well, it's not, for me, INEC has never been the most liked, have never been the most liked institution. And INEC somehow cannot be excused from the general malaise that's been affecting Nigeria, of late. So INEC is a Nigerian institution. Their past not been very, credit worthy. People are rightly, consigned to, believe that they may not perform, creditably well, going from their past records. So their past records not been anything very, salutary. So let me use the word. So INEC has a lot to do. And that's why I said they could if they wish to. They could if they wish to. And besides, INEC is an institution, and the credibility of the elections also, to be fair to INEC, does not only rest on INEC, it also rests on the political parties, it also rests on the security agents, as well as the people. Because where people go on to accept monies, accept gifts to vote, in such situations, truly you can really blame INEC. So everybody has to be involved to know that at the end of the day, there's no replication, or there's nothing you can't, there's no way you can, wish away a credible election, because credible election and transparent elections are, the basis of a sound and functioning democracy. And at the end of the day, you see what's been going on. Sometimes you don't only blame INEC. You see some political parties, canvassing for votes for another political parties. Some political parties are saying they are not going to fill some position, especially the position of the presidency, that their party members should vote for, the candidates of some other parties. And you begin to wonder what ideology are those, political parties standing on. So at the end of the day, but don't get me wrong, most of the blame will go to INEC if things go wrong as the umpire. Because in a football match, you must trust the referee, and once there are, suspicions about, if the referee is biased or something or impartial, then whatever they do will not, not be accepted, even if they did their best.
Now, just beside INEC is also the judiciary. There has been a pattern where election comes and after that it appears to be settled in the courtrooms. So do you think that, would you say that Nigeria has created a democracy where we see the judiciary and the judges becoming part of politics, or becoming even more or as politically significant as the voters and the electorate?
Well, you can say that again. That's the issue. We found, being more, being more. Let me use the word. I don't know whether to use the word popular. As that's the case lately. In other countries, the judiciary has always had a role to play, in elections where there are disputes. But it's becoming increasingly worrisome in Nigeria, where there are issues, some administrative issues, they say go to court. I don't think the judiciary should have businesses, in so many, administrative issues coming out from the elections. The judiciary really should interpret, the the laws as they affect, where there are breaches. But don't get me wrong, there's growing ambience, or there's growing.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Hello Nigeria, it's been an amazing time with you from 8 till this time of the day. It's really, really amazing. Of course, new day comes your way again tomorrow from 8 to 11. My name is Christopher Lele. Have yourself a pleasant and exciting weekend.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to Abuja this beautiful Tuesday morning. And this is the conference. Why are we returning to the conference? Because the issue at stake warrants a gathering of eggheads in that sector. We will raise a number of questions, and we request these gentlemen to educate us. Now let me tell you what's happening. In the past 10 days, there have been a series of pronouncements and developments. After the swearing in of the new Inspector General of Police, he made a commitment to the creation of state police. And since then, he has set up a committee towards the establishment of state police. Before that, there are words in the media that all state governors had bought into the creation of state police, except one. But I'm told that that gentleman has now been convinced after looking at the security situation in the country. And before that time, the Minister of Defense, General Chris Musa, had pulled ears of the nation, telling us that the deployment of the military for internal security was a wrong decision. In fact, he did say that doing so amounted to underdeveloping the police, because the military is not trained for civil relationships that way. The military is trained to kill the enemy. The police is trained to interact within the civil population. So to deploy such hard manpower to undertake internal security functions was a wrong policy. And he cast his lot for developing the police. And the president himself had told this country that the state police has come to stay. There are a number of decisions being taken to make that happen. And this morning, I'm going to have some of the finest gentlemen, both from the police and the security institution. In the course of this program, I'll be having AIG retired, AIG, Assistant Inspector General of Police retired, Charles Ugomo. He will join us. And we also have Alobi, a former Commissioner of Police in this FCT. He's now also a lawyer. He will join us. And I will also have, I am also really having in the studio Mike Ejiofor. Mike Ejiofor is now the national president of the Alumni Association of the National Institute for Security Studies. Mike Ejiofor is a retired director with DSS. Mike is already in the studio. Mike, good morning.
Good morning.
You are welcome.
Thanks for having me.
Now, as I wait the arrival of our colleagues who have already called to say they're on their way, let me ask you really a question. Is state police desirable?
Well, state police is very, very desirable. And one of the greatest solutions we should profile for our problems of our internal security. I can tell you for over 5 years, I have been an advocate of the state police before that people started buying into it. And the reasons for this are obvious. They are closer to the people. They gather intelligence because they know the people, they know the terrain, they know the environment, they know the forests. And what argument people are having is what will be the relationship between the state police and the federal police, the Nigerian police force as established. And I continue to say that there's no state, virtually no state in this country now that doesn't have its own state police in the name of one vigilante, one task force or the other. No state. So why don't we formalize it? Because the vigilante as is established now, they are limited by firepower. They don't have sufficient arms to go out and do what they're expected to do. If you recall that the Southwest, when Amotekun was established, they became very effective, but all of a sudden, the situation is relapsing now for whatever reason. But I think the best way to go is the establishment of the police. Like you said in your intro, the president has bought into it, the National Assembly bought into it, the governors bought into it, the minister of virtually everybody. So what's holding us? This is not the first time the president is talking about it. And the first task the Inspector General of Police is taking now is the establishment of a committee for the implementation of the creation of state police. But I have a challenge there. The reason is that before the creation of state police, you must have the constitution amended. So why go about implementation of the state police that has not been created? His intentions are good, but let's not put the cart before the horse. So that's my opening remarks as far as
Mike, as we are talking, I was visualizing what is going to be the character, the attitude, and the values that will be driving the operation of state police in Nigeria. What will be its model? Now, I raise this question because Nigerians are already raising concern about the character, the attitude of the existing police and asking for a reorientation, a value reorientation. Who are going to recruit these state police? Who are going to train them? Who are going to give them value? And what will drive their attitude? Because if they're not humanized, they will take after the existing attitude from the police force. How are you going to do it?
Well, I think a house built without a proper foundation is bound to collapse. So I feel that the recruitment process must be rigorous, not for party patronage, where you bring either APC in a state that is controlled by APC or PDP that is a state that and fill them with political talks. And I think this is where the Benin model of federal security under Obaseki comes to play. What they were doing is that you ask the community leader to nominate people. From the nomination, they go to the DPO, the Divisional Police Officer, to ensure that they don't have criminal records.
With the police?
Yes, and they are not politically affiliated. From there, you go to the local government council, where the chairman will also attest that, yes, these people, I can attest to them, before the vetting by the State Security Service. It's a long process, tedious, but if we don't do it that way, we're going to have problems that people are afraid of in terms of creation of state police. Then, there must be clear distinction between the federal police and the state police. The issue is there are crimes, very serious crimes like felony, that will be left
at the federal
level. Then little small crimes like misdemeanor, simple offenses will also be left for the local state police. Where they don't have the capacity to prosecute, they transfer
to the federal police.
Like I said when we started, the argument is that it will be abused. And I asked, the Nigerian police as it is now, as constituted, is it not being abused?
We'll answer that question very shortly. Well, I'll take a very short break because I understand my two other gentlemen have just walked in. Let us take a short break and we'll return. Please don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
Amid rising insecurity in parts of Nigeria, a former Minister of Defense, Theophilus Danjuma, has called Nigerians to defend themselves against bandits. But is arm bearing the best way to save ourselves as Nigerians? Today, we are on the streets of Abuja to get the opinion of Nigerians.
Without mincing words, I will say yes, because everybody knows the situation that we are facing in Nigeria regarding insecurity. Truly, to be candid, I am one of the advocates clamoring for state policing, because like we have youths, gallant youths that can really help this country in tackling insecurity. Yes, because in my area, in my clan, or let's say in my district or hamlet, we have places that somebody from Lagos, if he's being posted there, does not know the terrain where all these bad people are, or will not even know what is happening in the community. But my people know what is happening, so they can help in tackling insecurity in one way or the other.
Very, very serious. It's a serious issue. Like Benue State. No, I don't support that. Because if we do that, it's going to cause a more war. Because a normal man on the street can get angry and bring out guns in the pocket and shoot somebody down. So I don't support it.
Nigerians should be allowed to bear firearms. I would like to have my own gun. For example, I stay at Buhari. I can't go home once it is late. I'm scared. And once it is late, 5:30, 6, I can't leave Buhari because I'll be checking what time will I get back. It's everywhere is something else now. I have to be careful where I enter, even in this Abuja. I have to be careful where I enter. It's bad now, especially if you want to be a farmer. You can't farm again. You have to be careful. And you go into a secluded environment, a quiet area inside of bush or something. Somebody can just meet you there and you don't know what's next. So Nigerians should be allowed to have their own equipment, their own weapons, their own firearms, so that they can defend themselves. This is the only way we can preserve our lands, preserve ourselves, our lives, because the government has proved to us time and again that they are not interested in our well-being, they are not interested in our safety, they are not interested in anything that has to do with the common man, provided it does not serve their selfish interest or political interest.
No, I don't. I don't. Because it's going to cause chaos, afterwards. It's not by bearing the arms to defend. Most people now have interior motives to use it for stealing and other uncalled activities.
Nigeria insecurity, of course, is getting worse because last year was more worse than this. Well, I may not want to say that because it's not that simple to say. But if the situation is not arrested, of course, that's the eventual outcome you get.
Well, we now have the full complement of those who are going to educate us this morning. I was conversing with Mike Ejiofor, and right now I have in the studio AIG Charles Ugomo. AIG, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you so much.
I also have in the studio former Commissioner of Police, who's not a lawyer, I understand as well, Lawrence Alubi. Lawrence?
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome.
My pleasure.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Now, the issue in conversation is state police. Are the states ready? How can we get them ready? The president says already that state police is a forgotten issue. Just before you gentlemen joined us, we're interrogating whether we're not putting the cart before the horse. The Constitution as it is now provides for a Nigeria police force, which is controlled by the federal government. And that Constitution has not been altered yet. And for it to be altered, the amendment has been passed at the national level and then at the state level. The president says all the governors have already bought into it. Alubi, from the legal point, should the Constitution not be amended first and should not get the concurrence of the state legislatures before we take even a first step forward in creating the police force, state police?
Yeah, thank you very much. The first and foremost thing we've done is to amend the Constitution. Section 214 provides that it shall be only one Nigerian police force. And if we now want to decentralize it, and we now have a state police, against Section 214, we need to amend the National Assembly has to amend the Constitution to make it possible that the states can now create their own state police, and that will be a constitutional backing. The Constitution is the ground norm, so that has to be done first. And again, one thing is that our constitutional amendment process is very rigid process. I said they have to see the way they can make it seamless. That it takes time to church of all the states and so forth. But that is very, very important. That has to be done first. You have to amend the Constitution, but it will be unconstitutional to create the state police without amending the Constitution. Then we need to go back into history. When Babangida was the head of state of this country, there was a policy, I think 1988 or 87, that all officers from the rank of DSP down to constable should go back to their state of origin. I was one of those who was affected by that policy. I went to my home, to my state cousin, when I was very posted. I was the DC of my town. He come. It was parliamented, and later it was abandoned. But I think now they're going to be constitutionally, and now most of the state governors and Mr. President himself have endorsed it. I think it's good to go. We're good to go. But then we need to do the right thing, do the right thing, make it lawful, and so that we can now do that. Otherwise, we will not be offending the law.
Now, AIG, that is he addressing the legal. He also has raised something. Drawing from history, once upon a time, the central administration said, let's see no police officers go back to their states of origin. In creating a state police, do you think that the colonel, the leadership, of the state police should draw from personnel of the existing federal police force?
Thank you for the question. Let me start by, I will say, congratulating Mr. President for taking that bold initiative in engaging the National Assembly to amend the Constitution in order to provide the grounds for state police. I will also want to congratulate the new Inspector General of Police, Olatunji Dusu, who hit the ground running by inaugurating the committee to come up with the terms for establishing the state police. Actually, the state police, to my own view, is long overdue. So with the Mr. President directing the National Assembly and the Inspector General of Police inaugurating the committee, I think the ground is set. Once this, once the Constitution is amended appropriately, and the committees bring out the guidelines for the establishment of the new police. But then, be it as it may, the state police will actually devolve power. It's still working with the existing Nigerian police force. It's not a entirely new police establishment. It's still within the Nigerian police force, whereby you have the federal police and now you have the state police. And it will devolve power to the governors, whereby they will become the true chief security officers of their states. This issue of the governors sitting on the fence when criminality and act of is been happening in their state, on the basis that we have the Inspector General of Police and then the federal government to blame. Now the state governors will take responsibility and be accountable.
And we have no excuses.
And we have no excuses for what happens in their state. And more importantly, the commissioners of police will now be derived from their states. And you will not have a position whereby you have a commissioner of police from, say, Anambra, going to be the commissioner of police of Zamfara. It will create a situation where the personnel that know the terrain, the culture of the people, and to be held accountable, now, mask their state. On the issue of what I'm saying is based purely on professionalism. It's based purely on professionalism. And, well, since there is a committee set up, the guidelines may look simple, because you have the DIGs already in the 7 zonal commands who will head their zones and then control the commissioners of police within that particular zone, and the commissioners of police will also, you see that the police divisions that are almost getting extinct, they are functioning, but you go to certain police divisions, you wouldn't see the police. Now they will now be made to work, because everybody will now be accountable to the state.
Okay, Mike, I'm not coming to you immediately. Let me go back to Lawrence. There is an amendment, an executive amendment, already up to the Constitution, already before the National Assembly. And permit me to read just some part of it. That is amendments to Section 214 of the Constitution. And it says, proposed changes seek to delete the phrase forbidding other police forces, because as it is, it forbids any other police force, and instead introduce sections as establishing both federal and state police. That is an amendment being sought. The second is that it will aim to move police from the exclusive legislative list to a concurrent legislative list. But the one that is a little contentious, I want to read it in full. The proposed amendments include creating a state police service commission for oversight and allowing state governors to be the commanders of the state police force, while maintaining federal oversight for national integrity, while maintaining federal oversight. In other words, the state police will be oversighted by federal authority. Lawrence, I'm a bit uncomfortable in the sense that you make the governor the commander-in-chief of the state police, is the ultimate authority, and you still give the federal police an oversight. Is it not a recipe for conflict?
Yeah, I think, thank you very much for that question. It's actually very timely and very, very germane. You see, making the governor commander-in-chief, that one commander-in-chief, I don't know what it connotes. The governor, Section 14B of the Constitution provides that the prime purpose of government is security and welfare of the people. Whether it's a governor, is called commander-in-chief or commander-in-chief, that is the prime purpose of why he's there as a governor. You know, this issue of when governors going to hide in the pretext that we have one IG, central IG, and those is an exclusive list, now it's going to concurrent list. I call the word commander-in-chief. Commander-in-chief, I call that word for me, and that is very appropriate. But then the issue of, there's no way, even other climes, like in the US, in UK, in Canada, we have federal police, we have state police, even in municipal police in UK. There are bound to be cases where, for instance, if a crime is committed in Zamfara state, and the criminal flees to Akwa Ibom state, and then if there is no that understanding, that relationship has been decided, how in terms of investigation, how they should live with each other, how they should handle criminal cases, there will be a problem. But that case, what the committee that this I just said now is one of the things they're going to look into, the structure, administrative structure, operational structure, investigation, and so forth. So I don't have any problem, because that is what they're going to look into. And then what cases should be handled by the state, what cases should be handled by the federal. And at what point should the federal take over from the state? And I think these things are going to be ironed out. And I would suggest that they should not be in a hurry, because this is something that will last over time. We just don't have to be carried by the euphoria of state police. Let us take our time and ensure that we have everything, compare our notes with other crimes, how we have experiment that such practice is being done, and then also look at our own environmental factor, geopolitical factor, economic, in terms of political, the Nigerian environment. Because the environment has a lot to do also with policy implementation. When policies are made, we have the environment, how possible is it for it to implement such, enforce, and so forth. So I think that will be addressed. So issue of that we have a federal police and the state police, other clans have practiced it, and they're also having it smoothly. We too, I don't think, will be an exception. And the state police too, my only concern is that we pray that the governors will not use it as a tool to harm their political opponents. That's my concern. And I would strongly recommend that there should be a provision in the Constitution that becomes an impeachable offense for any governor who tries to use the police arbitrarily to detriment of the state in general, the country in general, of course. So, because some governors sometimes they want to use the police with the idea, you know how sometimes instructions are being given, do this, do that, go and do this. But we use our discretion. So that, if that could be done, and also equal sure, though I'm sure maybe we'll go to that later, issue of funding. Most state governments can always fund place level of their staff. Security and policing is very capital intensive. And eventually the state alone, some of the states are not viable, economically viable. They are not viable where they can at least pay the police, pay and so forth. But then also, there is depend purely on the federal government allocation, and that will not be coming. So for me, I would recommend that the federal government should set up a national police trust fund where they will house all from allocation from the budget from the government of that fund, and they will house to fund police activities in all states.
Including the state police.
Including state police. Because that is done, it will leave the governor, so the governor will not be able to come. Otherwise, because right presently, most commissioners of police go cap in hand to big governors. When government donate 30 vehicles, they think they've done too much. What about the maintenance of the vehicle? What about freedom of the vehicle? These are all challenges. So I think I would want to recommend that they should set up, create a national police trust. One of the things why Lagos State is very secured, because Mr. Smith and others, maybe it occurred during the when Mr. President was Lagos State governor, they have the security trust fund. And all multinational corporations and companies pay percentage of their profit to that trust fund. So that helps the citizens to also contribute in legislation 24 year constitution which provides that every young citizen has contributed to assist the security agency in maintaining law and order. So when the citizens themselves contribute to that fund, they're happy to contribute to effective policing of the environment.
Now, Mike, before Alobi and AIG came in, I had raised the question of who is going to recruit and who is going to be in the police force. Because he just raised the fear of misuse of the state police. And don't forget, we countered with the conversation, is the police as it is not being misused now? But it's a genuine fear. And it starts from how recruitment should be done. Why I want us to go back to it, because these are two gentlemen who have been deeply involved in determining the quality of candidates and character joining the police force. So, how do we recruit so that we know quality human beings are getting into the state police?
Yeah, like I stated earlier, there are various stages of recruitment. Well-known talks, that then from that stage, you go to the DPO, who will check whether they have criminal records. If they're satisfied they don't have criminal records, they don't have issues of violence, or they're not violent prone, it now goes to the local government chairman, who also attests to their character. From the local government chairman, you will still further send them to the state security for vetting. So you can now see that before all these processes are finished, some other people must have been fished out. Some people who are not eligible must have been fished out. So, but you cannot also rule out the possibility of influence by the governors who insist that this person is my candidate. Is my candidate, not my boy this time. We have also seen it at the National Assembly, and it's embarrassing. When you see National Assembly people sending notes to the IG, sending to the army,
undermining the process.
At the end of it, they proudly come and see maybe 5 policemen. These are my candidates. That's your contribution to the development. The police. And at the end of the day, they will still ask to go straight to them as their own details. So there's nothing that is not subject to abuse, but there must also be checks. Like Mr. Alobi said, the IG has brought into it, set up an implementation committee. So these areas will be looked at. Look at the state police can be looking at issues of simple offenses, misdemeanor. It's not that they cannot even arrest issue of felony, but when it comes to that, you hand over to the Nigerian police force. So there must be this symbiotic relationship. It's not as if they are going to be completely independent on. Then I talk of, he talked about funding.
Yes.
There is no state in this country that cannot fund police, the state police, because virtually all the federal agencies rely on state contributions, because the federal government cannot adequately fund the police and the security agencies. But because of corruption, you see, some of them, some governors, I don't want to mention names, some governors said, my security vote, I donate it for education, running to billions for security. So what are they doing with it? And the primary purpose of government is welfare and security of the people. So why don't you concentrate? Because without security, there won't be any meaningful development. So the governors must also, the guidelines must also be put in place that any governor who abuses such process or abuses people's rights, because you have immunity does not mean you cannot be investigated, but you cannot be prosecuted. But at the end of your tenure,
answer
questions that you abuse people's rights. So there must be all these guidelines too, to ensure that people's rights are not unnecessary.
AIG, you've been deeply involved in some of these things. All the steps being enumerated here, do you think they'll be strong enough to handle the matter of influence? I do not want to put a privilege. I'm just coming back from the southeast. I won't abuse the privilege. But do you think that these steps being put in place will be enough to check abuse? When I mean abuse, let my boys be there. It's an opportunity for me to provide jobs for my boys, my relations. I asked the question earlier, what quality of personnel should now be accepted in this police force? Is it anything inferior to Nigerian police? And how do you address the matter of it's my time to give my people jobs?
In addressing that issue, right now that we have a centralized police, in the position where a state governor called the state director of DSS, have you arrested those boys in my village? And behold, he said yes, and they were lined up with their hands tied behind and all those stuff. Whatever happened to them eventually, I wouldn't say. Used to abuse to governors. All the governors are not abusive. But be that as it may, state police is very, very necessary in our in Nigerian security environment right now to curb insecurity. Okay, the issue of funding that was initially raised, police has their budget. Instead of handing it to the IG, hand it over to the states, the commissioners of police in their states. And even the governors right now, with their security votes, they've been buying various vehicles for the police in their states. They will also assist. But that does not deviate from setting up a police trust fund. After all, we have it at the national level. There's a police trust fund now. We could say that of the states. The funding wouldn't be an issue to say that where will the state governors get money to finance state police. No. What the budget section needs to do is to decentralize the budget of the Nigerian police force and send the funds that is supposed to be sent back to the IG to the state commissioners of police. And that finance issue would not be a problem, because right now, even the money that is sent to the central police, sometimes it is items and material that go to the state commands and not the physical cash. And that's why they are always impoverished in trying to execute their mandate. But be that as it may, the issue of state police, the way I look at it is that there must be a holistic force reorganization. There must be, because we are having, it's not that the state become automatically independent. No. We have the DIGs of the zones. They man their states. The commissioner of police becomes the man works with the governor, and the governor holds sway as the chief security officer of the state and directs affairs. So the issue of anybody sitting on the fence will no longer be there. You cannot have a situation whereby you have ungoverned spaces all over the place. What is the commissioner of police doing? And we have divisional police officers all over the 77 and 74, all over the federation. And there you're still talking of ungoverned spaces because some people are sleeping over their duty. That's just the situation. You say that we don't have the vehicles, we don't have this, we don't have this. But definitely there's a budget. And this budget does not cascade down. That's the main problem.
Alubi, let me bring us good news. The good news is that the president has spoken openly about making more funds available to the states. He's insisting on devolution of responsibilities and devolution of resources. And that we in the media should help to start holding our governors to account. As more resources and as more responsibilities are coming to the states, the media and the public should start asking their state governors questions. Now, why did I raise this? Is to address the matter of funding. If more money comes to the states, it's a matter of getting the priorities right. If the constitution is amended such that the state governments are having more money, then the question of funding the state police will not be as burdensome as some of us fear. However, I want to remain with you, Commissioner Alubi. Good news and then bad one. The image and perception of the Nigeria police force today is the concept of Olopa. He comes and bundles you like a colonial force. There's no humanism in the image of the police force. In this state police being created, is there any way of handling their own institutional culture and training and orientation to create a people-centered humanistic state police force? How can it be done?
Yeah, thank you very much. And let me start with the issue of the funding. You see, budgeting is based on needs. When I was in service, I used to follow my IG to National Assembly to defend our budget. And if budget is given based on the needs, the various subheads, they need this, need this for vehicles, for fueling, for that, for salaries and so forth. And it's submit to National Assembly or maybe tomorrow in future for the State Assembly. And again, even if they approve, they not even approve what you need based on need. And if we base our, what I said, budgeting is based on needs. If, for instance, a police division needs 5 vehicles, and the police submit a budget for 5 vehicles, and they now approve 2 vehicles, they will say they are giving money for they are giving money. That's the problem. You see, the point is that if the government can stick to the needs of the police, even in life, general life, we are concerned with our needs, we have less problem. If we are concerned with our desires and wants, we have problems. We have problems. So if the needs of the police are being met through efficient budgeting, and then again, and then that way it is budgeted and released, some like what is going on in empirical evidence. What is going on is that they might approve a budget, but the Minister of Finance will not release. It will become a problem, and it's another challenge they're going to face. How do we cop this? How do we check this problem? These are things that need to be addressed. So funding should be based on need, and then they should also make sure that these funds are given. But there should be a process where the area commanders, the CPs, are given these funds are made available to them based on the needs they want to. Like I want to also suggest, before now in the police, all my young officers, they used to have the police used to have designated filling stations where they go and collect fuel. Police used to have mechanic workshops where they pay police vehicles, but now it doesn't exist. You go to private mechanic workshop, say police vehicle been abandoned there for months or so forth. So I think if this thing could be introduced, so that we have designated filling stations. What stops the police are liaising with the NNPC to so that this? The patrol vehicle sometimes a distance call is being made by a citizen, and people tell you they don't have fuel. Maybe they have a driver that can go and collect fuel, and that will solve that problem. And at least the cab records, and it also budgeted for. It will go along with solving some of these challenges. Then coming to the second issue of
the orientation
and the corporate image of the force.
And the value that drives that will drive the state police.
You see, policing in the country has evolved through the colonial, the military, and the new colonial Nigeria. And the police in ab initio was used as an instrument to oppress the people, to oppress the colonized people, subdue them, to succumb to government policies.
And which seems to be what operates. The police want to subdue.
I'm going to that. You see, so that orientation, that mentality, the government also, that mentality that the police meant to use an agent of the government against the people. And that ended up alienating the police from the people. And people that saw the police as agent of government against them. You know? And so now it is also important. I'm very confident that this will do a good job. He was a fine officer with international experience. He was in Sudan, he led the team, the young police peacekeeping contingent to Sudan. That international experience is delivered, the international best practices have been put in place. I'm sure you must learn from that as you get that to bear. You see, it's left for the police to introduce, we're not a democracy. You know, we have colonial policing, we have militarized policing, and now we should not have democratic policing. Colonial policing is just, it makes the police to be repressive, to abuse human rights. They don't care about the needs of the policing needs of the people when it comes to protect the interest of the government. And that's why when people are trying to protest even against some obnoxious policies of government, the bill will send them to oppress the people. And the police themselves are also victims of these obnoxious policies of government. Because they need to obey the government to enforce this law. So through this process, the government should realize that Section 14B provides principles of government. And the government is the government of the people, a democracy, Abraham Lincoln, government of the people, by the people, for the people. The leaders are elected there to ensure that the needs of the people are met. That's what leadership is all about, not to oppress, not to impoverish, you know. So now the police leadership under this way, I think I want to strongly advise, they should adopt principles of emotional intelligence and democratic policing as a framework of training. To orientate the police officer, they know that they are there to work in synergy, to work cooperatively with the citizens. to meet their needs, not to oppress them, not to abuse their human rights, but to do their job in line with international-based practices and in line with the principle of human rights principles.
Okay, Lawrence, let me go to AIG because my producer says we're not. AIG, who should train the state police?
Yeah, we have training schools. First of all, the image of the police will be, revived by training. We have this issue of culture of sir. There's nothing wrong in a police officer even trying to arrest you to say, sir, this is the situation, or this is this. But be it as it may, the issue of violence all over the place seems to have permeated more into the Nigerian police force. And like my CP Alobi has said, the new Inspector General of Police has a job in his hand to reorient the police into that culture of sir. And that deals with the police training. We have the Nigerian Police Force training schools. And be it as it may, and various training schools all over the state. There is no state without 2 or 3 police training schools. They will train them. What we have in other areas is where you train the officers. But these arrangements can be broken down. That's why I'm saying that there must be, that force reorganization. The force reorganization will involve in operation, in training, in investigation, and all spheres of the Nigerian police force. And I've seen the contingent of the committee members. A lot of policemen are there. And they understand what I mean by force reorganization. And this will go into a major force reorganization. And that will cascade into the various training schools for the state police.
Now, Mike, I want to end this conversation by asking you a question. Can a man give what he does not have?
In law, you don't give what you don't have.
What I've been human in actuality.
It's going to be difficult.
Now, let me tell you why I'm asking the question. Yes. I'm sure you already know.
Yes.
If you go, because I've said that on air before, let me draw from it. Just on Thursday, I had an associate professor of law here, and we're discussing the report by Amnesty International and the red flag on Tiger Base in Owerri. And in the course of the conversation, she said to me, don't talk about Tiger Base, talk about Tiger Base-ism. There is a replica of Tiger Base in Niger State. There's a replica of Tiger Base in Lagos. There's even a continued Tiger Base in Abuja here. There is now the famous Tiger Base in Owerri, where the institution of the force, as a matter of regular practice, dehumanizes the public.
Yeah.
And people are now seeing the new police about to come as another institution. How AIG has said, train them in the same training schools that have produced the Tiger Base personnel. Can you give what you don't have?
Well, the issue of training, you might train people that are not amenable to the training or discipline. But I think the greatest challenge we have in this country and various organizations or government institutions is the problem of leadership. Once the IG sets a standard, this is what I want, and he's preaching what he is doing, this problem in 1 month is gone. I give you an example. I'm not saying like AIG said that he didn't tell us why the governor said they should arrest people in his village, whether they committed offense or not. If the governor says you should go and do that, you will do that. But I can tell you now that I'm giving the issue of leadership. the present day SSS, the leader has shown the way. And you can see the successes they are making. If you cross the red line, you'll be visited with sanction. You remember only 2-3 months ago, 153 officers were dismissed. Dismissed. So everybody is now very cautious that I don't want to. So it boils down on leadership. If you come to Nigeria, as we are talking about now, the president is saying this is what I want, and he's doing it, doing what is it. Nigerians are very good followers. Sure. Nigerians are very good followers. So let us set standard by the leadership. And that again comes is recruitment, leadership recruitment process. If you have a flawed election that's not credible, then you see you are not accountable to the people. But when you have that leadership, and I believe the diesel that I know will set standard for the police.
Okay, I want to take that as my exit point. Diesel that you know will set the standards. And we believe that the standards will cascade and give us a state police that will serve the interest of the people. And as Alobi said, we will start ending with, putting behind us Olokpaism and bring a little humanity into our police force. By that time, if a policeman says you are under arrest, the question you ask is, which police station will I report to? And not, who are you to arrest me? In the past 57 minutes, I've been conversing with knowledge-based gentlemen, people who are educating us in anticipation that our various states will have their state police. How to implement it, how to train them, the expectations, the likely challenges, the funding. These are matters that the district committee will contend with and the state governor themselves will contend with. All I need to do this morning is to start from Commissioner of Police, Lawrence Alubi. Thank you very much for coming to the studio this morning.
Pleasure. Again, I want to recommend that the citizens also should be made to be aware of their role in promoting effective policing in the country.
Thank you very much, Mike. It's not everybody going around saying, I'll use the police to deal with it.
No. I think that will be checked under this new leadership. I very strongly believe in the new leadership.
And AIG is not a matter of, after all, I was the former governor of this state. How can you be whistling beside my house? Call me the commissioner of police to deal with it at hot.
No, you see, the issue of the state police will bring competition in security apparatus, whereby we can say Zamfara is the best secured state. I think we can say Benue is the best secured state. That competition will cascade, and that is the importance of the state police.
And of course, security will go down to the grassroots and the question of ungoverned areas or reasonable areas. And the insecurity, the president said yesterday that Nigerians should be a little patient. They will soon be safer than they are at present. That's a promise. And we hold him to that policy and that promise, and one of the instruments will be the state police. Let me thank you very much for investing your time with us this morning. Because of the nature of the issue, we had to return to the conference where we have more people educating us. My name is Mwabwe Njoko. Can we meet again tomorrow? Have a great day and good morning.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, ENUGU government warns against market closure for political rallies. 5 soldiers killed as troops repelled terrorist attack on military base in Borno. Thousands demand repeats of South Korea local elections after ballot shortage. U.S. attacks Iranian sites after Iran's drone attacks latest Gulf flare-up. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The ENUGU state government has warned against an alleged plan by some market leaders to shut down major markets within the state capital on Saturday to show support during a rally backing re-election of Governor Peter Mba and President Bola Tinubu. The government made its position known in a statement issued by the Commissioner for Information and Communication, Malaki Agbo, who said that such a move contradicts the determined effort of the Mba administration to boost investment, business and productivity in the state. Agbo stated that people should feel free to go about their businesses, a predisposition which he said prompted the decision of the administration to end illegal Monday sit-at-home since June 5, 2023. The statement equally maintains that political association remains an individual right and choice, saying participation in the Saturday rally and subsequent rallies by any group should never truncate businesses or involve any form of compulsion. It emphasized that political participation should be voluntary and without any attempt to deny the people access to markets or other public spaces where they earn their daily living, saying that government will not hesitate to impose sanctions for any action to the contrary. The Senate President Godswill Akpabio has distanced himself from reports claiming that the promise to secure senatorial tickets for lawmakers were lost in the recent All Progressives Congress primary elections. In a statement issued on Saturday by Special Advisor on Media and Publicity, Eseme Yibo, the Senate President clarified that his remarks during an interaction with senators on Tuesday were misconstrued. According to the statement, Akpabio merely expressed sympathy for senators adversely affected by the outcome of the primaries and informed them that the APC leadership was already working to address concerns arising from the exercise. The statement stressed that the Senate President remains committed to party discipline and due process and will not interfere in the internal affairs of the ruling party. Clarification followed widespread reports suggesting that Akpabio had assured senators who lost their tickets that their candidacies will be restored before the final submission of candidates for the 2027 general election. On recent calls for a Senate investigation into the military over recent security incidents across the country, Senate President, while acknowledging their legislative oversight as a constitutional responsibility of a National Assembly, noted that a prevailing security situation requires a more collaborative approach rather than a public probe of the armed forces. Tempers flared in the House of Representatives when lawmakers clashed over allegation of signature forgery linked to the race for the minority leadership position. Benue lawmaker Philip Agwese raised a matter of privilege alleging that his name and signature were used without his consent in a document circulating on social media endorsing Igbo lawmaker Ikenga Ugochinyere for the position of minority leader. He denied signing any endorsement and dismissed claims that lawmakers received 50 million naira in connection with the contest. Responding, Ugochinyere insisted that Agbese signed the document and also denied any financial inducement. The disagreement triggered a rowdy session as lawmakers exchanged arguments on the floor. Speaker Tajuddin Abbas eventually restored order and assured the House that the allegations will be investigated. Meanwhile, Ugochiere has released a video to back his claim that Philip Agbese signed the document endorsing him for the position of minority leader. In the CCTV footage Thursday night, Agbese will represent Ado Boku Ogbadibo Federal Constituency of Benue State. He is allegedly seen discussing with Ugochiere in his office before signing a document. Some opposition lawmakers had on Wednesday nominated the Imo-born lawmaker for the minority leader position to succeed Kingsley Chinda, who vacated the role after emerging as the All Progressives Congress governorship candidate for River State. In a statement issued after plenary, Mukhtar Omar, an NDC member from Kano, and Oluwaseyi Showunmi, NDC member from Lagos, said all opposition lawmakers voluntarily signed the document endorsing Ugochiere. He said that there was no forgery or fake signature in the nomination of Ikenga Ugochiere of the Auction People's Party for the position of minority leader, and urged Nigerians to disregard claims of forgery and rely on verifiable facts regarding the nomination process. The Supreme Court on Friday upheld the death sentence by hanging of a convicted Delta-based kidnapper, Chalno Halim. In a unanimous decision, a 5-member panel of the Apex Court dismissed the appeal by the convict as lacking in merit and upheld the 2017 judgment of Anasaba High Court that the proof of evidence established Halim's involvement in armed robbery and kidnapping. In a lead judgment read by Justice Choma Mosu Iheme, the Supreme Court held that there was no doubt about the appellant's identity as one of the gang members, and that the evidence adduced at trial established his presence at the scene of the crime. The trial court heard that the defendant, together with his accomplices, kidnapped one John Osemene on February 9, 2014 and took her to an unknown location in Ibusa, Delta State. The judgment comes amid a rising spate of kidnappings across the Federation due to recent abductions of pupils and teachers from schools in Oyo and Borno states. Terrorists have killed 5 soldiers and 3 members of a civilian joint task force in an attack on a military base in Mandaragirao, Borno State. The acting media information officer at the headquarters joint task force, Operation Hadin Kai, Haruna Sani, disclosed in a statement that the attack occurred at about 3 a.m. on Friday during a downpour. Sani said insurgents attempted to breach sections of the base under the cover of poor visibility caused by the rain, but the determined troops responded with a fierce counter-offensive, decisively frustrating further incursions and inflicting casualties on the attackers. The counter-assault, is said, underscores the resilience and courage of the troops and their determination and unwavering commitment to the defense of the nation. Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State has restricted the operations of commercial motorcycles across the state between 10:30 p.m. and 5:30 a.m. as part of new measures aimed at strengthening security and improving traffic management. Makinde issued a directive while signing the executive order following growing concerns over insecurity and the abduction of over 40 teachers and school children in Orire local government area on May 15. Speaking on efforts to secure the release of abducted school children and teachers, Makinde assured residents and affected families that the government had not relented. The governor said the government could not disclose details of ongoing rescue efforts because of the sensitive nature of the operations, but assured them that the victims have not been forgotten and that they have not been abandoned. Makinde further urged residents to cooperate with security agencies, adding that public vigilance remains critical to tackling insecurity and reminded the citizens of the state's toll-free emergency line 615, which remains available for reporting security incidents. Dangote Petroleum Refinery and Petrochemicals has increased local supplies of petrol to local stations. Reports say supplies to the refinery's partner stations such as MRS have increased between Friday and Saturday morning, June 6, 2026, with an unusual influx of petrol tankers taking turns to deliver supplies to the partner stations. The refinery at last Saturday announced that it had slashed the ex-depot price of petrol to 1,250 naira per litre from 1,275 naira per litre. while the price of diesel was cut to 1,700 naira per litre from 1,800 naira per litre. In a press statement released to journalists on Friday, the refinery stated that it has increased its crude oil processing capacity from 650,000 to 700,000 barrels per day in a performance tests conducted in a bid to expand the operations of the facilities. Vice President for Oil and Gas, Dangote Industries Limited, Devakuma Edwin, explained that the ramp-up is part of a broader ambitious strategy to move more than double capacity to 1.4 million barrels per day within 30 months, positioning the facility as potentially the largest refinery globally. Still to come, WHO, Africa CDC unveiled $518 million plan to fight Ebola outbreak. India tightens security ahead of Cockroach Party protest. Stay with us.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
Why the meat market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken the move by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The World Health Organization and the African Union have launched a $518 million joint plan to tackle the Ebola outbreak causing alarm in the Democratic Republic of Congo and its neighbors. WHO and the Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention said the plan will last from June to November. WHO Chief Tedros Ghebreyesus said at a news conference that it focuses on core areas including emergency coordination, surveillance, laboratory testing, infection prevention and control, clinical care and community engagement. The measure, he said, is a practical plan that sets out what needs to be done together to contain the current outbreak and reduce the risk of further spread. According to the Africa CDC, the current outbreak is bigger than the two previous recorded outbreaks of Budingbuyo strain in 2007 and 2012. And there are no approved vaccines or treatments for the Budingbuyo strain. Latest figures from the WHO show that there have been 381 confirmed cases in the DRC, with 64 deaths and 16 confirmed cases, including one death across the northeastern border in Uganda. More than 6,000 people protested on Friday night at a vote counting center in Seoul, demanding that this week's local elections be repeated after a shortage of ballots prevented some people from voting. The crowd gathered at SK Olympic Handball Stadium. The votes were counted from Wednesday's elections to pick mayors, provincial governors, county officers, and members of local assemblies. People chanted and held up placards with the slogan, "Election Rerun," along with national flags. About a dozen protesters, most in their 20s and 30s, told newsmen that they had gathered at the stadium after seeing YouTube videos or social media posts about the vote counting and complaints. There was no immediate comment on the demands for new elections by the Election Commission or the government. Hours earlier, the head of NEC, Ro Tai-ak, said it would step down to take responsibility for the shortage of ballots in some districts, saying there is no excuse for a failure that harmed the public and the democratic process, understandably causing distrust. Indian police tightened security in New Delhi on Saturday ahead of a protest by the satirical Cockroach People's Party of alleged irregularities in major examinations. The parody Cockroach Janta Party, a play on Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Hindu nationalist Bharatiya Janata Party, has joined has won millions of followers on social media since its launch last month. The movement emerged after India's Chief Justice Surya Kant reportedly likened young people who criticize the government to cockroaches and parasites during a court hearing, sparking outreach among the youth. CJP's popularity has soared, using the slogan, "A political front for the youth, by the youth, for the youth." CJP founder Abhijit Ticket arrived in the Indian capital from the United States on Saturday morning after already announcing plans to seek police permission for peaceful protest. Dipke has called for the resignation of Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan, who has faced criticism over the irregularities, including paper leaks and technical glitches. India tightly regulates social media content, and some of the CJP's social media handles have been blocked. U.S. forces struck Iranian coastal radar sites on Saturday after shooting down drones launched by Iran towards the Straits of Hormuz, a latest escalation complicating efforts to end the war between the two countries. U.S. Central Command said on X that the U.S. struck Iran's surveillance sites in Goruk and Qesem Island, which are both on the Straits of Hormuz, alleging that the 4 Iranian drones were targeting regional maritime traffic. Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps said it had targeted U.S. bases in the region, with missiles retaliating for U.S. strikes, and fired on 4 tankers attempting to cross the straits without its permission. State media reported that Kuwaiti air defenses were intercepting missile and drone attacks of undisclosed origin, while in Bahrain, sirens sounded and residents were urged to seek shelter. The U.S. and Iran have been engaged in likely indirect negotiations to secure an interim deal to halt the 3-month-old war that would leave issues, including Iran's nuclear program, to further negotiations amid periodic skirmishes. U.S. President Donald Trump was facing mounting domestic political pressure due to rising gas prices to bring the war to an end, told journalists that while most of Iran's drone and missile manufacturing facilities have been destroyed, the Iranians still have access to about 1/5 of their missiles. Nigerian reality star and comedian D1 has criticized gospel singer Yinka Alashuri for apologizing to Nigerians for her comments on insecurity. Popular rapper CDQ is alleging that the Nigerian music industry is heavily influenced by powerful cabals, gangs, and cult groups. And popular Nigerian streamer Pella engages as lover Jarvis amid ongoing pregnancy rumors. Quinette Mokunta has the details on entertainment news.
Nigerian reality star and comedian D1 has criticized gospel singer Yinka Alashiyori for apologizing to Nigerians over her comments on insecurity. Alashiyori had urged Nigerians to pray for President Bola Tinubu and security agencies, stating during a live prayer session that the government was making effort to address insecurity amid public concern over recent kidnappings in Oyo State. Following backlash, she issued a public apology. Reacting, D1 argued that Alashiyori spoke under divine inspiration and should not have apologized. He claimed she bowed to public pressure instead of standing on her convictions, adding that the apology was influenced by fear of criticism and potential professional consequences. According to him, she missed an opportunity to evangelize and should have sought spiritual guidance before retracting her remarks. He further maintained that her original statement was not wrong and warned that choosing public approval over her beliefs could have spiritual consequences. D1 also praised gospel minister Testimony Jaga for his bold approach to ministry, which he likened to the style of Jesus' disciples.
Mrs. Yinka Alashiyori, first of all, I want to thank you and thank God for your ministry. God has used you a lot. But what you did today, please don't ever try it again. There is a way that seemeth right unto a man. The end is destruction. You were in the spirit when you were saying those things that you were saying, that people should pray, Those things, I want to believe that it was God that was speaking through you. But you lost an opportunity to evangelize to the world. I can bet 100% that before you made your apology video, you did not seek the face of God.
Popular rapper CDQ has alleged that the Nigerian music industry is heavily influenced by powerful cabals, gangs, and cult groups. Speaking during an interview with content creator JB Randy, the rapper claimed that artists who are not affiliated with any influential group often find it difficult to succeed in the industry. According to him, musicians who achieve success without such associations are fortunate. CDQ maintained that the music business has evolved into a system where belonging to a particular group can determine the level of support and opportunities an artist receives. He also suggested that artists who lack such connections may invest significant resources into their careers without seeing meaningful results. The rapper urged artists, record labels, executives, and other stakeholders to discourage the growing ink between gangsterism and the music industry and work towards creating a more inclusive environment. Popular Nigerian streamer Pella has engaged his lover Jarvis amid ongoing pregnancy rumors. The proposal took place in Ghana on Wednesday night. Sharing a video of the engagement on Instagram, Pella expressed his excitement about their future together and hinted that wedding preparations were already underway. The engagement comes weeks after the streamer suggested that he and Jarvis were expecting a child. Speculations about a possible pregnancy intensified last month after a video showing Jarvis undergoing an ultrasound scan surfaced on social media. Neither Pella nor Jarvis has publicly confirmed the pregnancy rumors.
So when we meet in 2022, you have been like blessing, you have been encouraging me, and I've been doing well in life. And I want to tell you, will you marry?
That's the entertainment news. Queeneth Wokunta, Signature TV News.
That's the news. I am Barikumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes.
From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
No.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hops on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science.
Signature.
Hey God. This is the Buchi Franklin interview you've been waiting for. Let me say it. This is the Oboz interview you've been waiting for. Buchi Franklin was abandoned by his father as a child.
I was a teenager. I didn't want to hear anything about him. Fuck you.
And the mother he adores because he says she beat him mercilessly, but he's grateful for it.
She beat the shit out of me. I'm so grateful for the ass whooping she did.
Found God, learned to forgive his father, and has channeled all of that into being one of the greatest actors of his generation. After 12 years of delivering brilliance, I asked him, what does it feel to finally be seen after 12 years of putting in the work? He said after he saw the public acclaim for To Kill a Monkey, his first response,
I felt anger.
That gives you a hint into the kind of interview we had. Put on your seatbelts, buckle up. We're in for the ride of your life.
Come for me.
Finally!
We do this.
Yes, 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 yes.
Thank you so much for doing this, because people don't know the backstory, but the devil tried it.
And
as always, we passed through.
Oh yes, oh yes.
There's so many ways to start this interview.
Oh wow.
So many ways. Let me start this way. I think the first time, I'm not sure, I was trying to remember, I think so, and I should just call to confirm. Were you Just Not Married?
Just Not
Judith Audu?
Oh yeah.
Yes, you were.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yes,
That's a minute ago.
That's a minute ago. That was the first time that I saw you acting.
Oh wow.
And I remember because there was, yes.
I can't remember anything.
See, yes. But I remember I remember why, because that's how I met Judith Audu, the producer, for the first time. I went and looked for her number.
Phenomenal woman.
And then Stan Nze, that's when I spoke to him for the first time. Because after watching, I was looking for the contacts of the people that made the film.
Oh.
I went to praise them because I thought the movie was underrated. And I didn't find your number. So I found Judith's number. I found Stan's number.
Okay.
I found the lady, what's her name? She's now in the other, I think she's also a Judith. What's her name? She's now in Ghana. I got her contact. Then I didn't get yours, and I didn't get the Yoruba guy's contact. The one that was with Stan. And so I remember that every character in that stuck with my head. And I began to respect you from then. So the question is, for people in the industry, I mean, you've been nominated for 2 AMAs, 2 AMVCAs, at least that's my count. For people in the industry, they've always respected your talents. They've always known your skill. And I think this is your 12th or 13th year in this industry.
Pretty much.
Yes, I think it's 12.
Past 10, yeah.
What does it feel like to know? Because I know you know that you are good. And for people in the industry to know that you are good, but for it to get to 2025 before the nation stands in applause, what does that feel like?
Wow. I can hear thunderous applause in silence, you know. And I get it. I get it, you know. I can't remember the woman, but I had a conversation with a lady. I'd say the Holy Spirit spoke to her, to me through her.
Right.
Because, like you said, I've been around for a bit, you know. And to get this nod, this warm embrace from not just the fans, but my colleagues, you know. At first, I'm not going to lie to you, I felt anger. I'm going to be honest. I'm human. Because, hey, I've been here, you know. I'm the guy that checks up on you. I send you messages, you know. You know, I find ways to make people happy, not just in front of the camera, but I live for that. You know, I live for joy. That's my mother's name. I live for joy, and to get to this point where the world says, and by the world I mean them. They say, "Oh, hey, oh, we see you now." You know. First couple of days, it wasn't palatable for me, you know, because I've been around and I've been nominated. Isn't that what it's supposed to be? I've been putting out work. Isn't that enough?
Yes.
But I had this conversation with this woman, and I know it's the Holy Spirit because I cannot remember who. Right. And she said, "It's okay. You know, it's okay. The people that you call your friends are going to call you, and you know, the people that you call your friends are going to reach out to you. The ones that you've been meaning to have conversations with will also reach out to you. And it's okay. You know, don't be no form of animosity. Don't be angered by it. And I didn't have this conversation with
her.
Yeah, you know. So, and she said that to me. It's been open arms ever since.
Since then.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, nobody knows me better than my Heavenly Father, and he saw it that I was going to be, you know, and it would have been a blockade because it would be difficult for you as a human being to attract, you know, the spirit of success when you have
that's anger in you.
Yeah, so I let it go.
Yeah.
And it's been, my arms, I go to bed like this and I wake up like this.
Yeah.
With a genuine, big smile on my face.
Yes.
And I'm grateful.
That's incredible because, now I don't know if it's true or not, but it felt to me, yourself and William Benson, who I had also, which conversation I'm looking forward to, because I also had been his fan since a Joche.
Oh my God, William.
And it seemed to me, at least with both of you, and you at least, that it took a few days. I thought to myself, is it me? Am I imagining it? That there was something like that. There was collaborated posts. You know, you're a professional now, so you do. But it felt like it took a few days before you now embraced the noise. And I wasn't sure I was not imagining. I was thinking my overactive imagination. But now it makes sense to me.
Yeah. I'm gonna... I respect your work, and I know what it entails. I've seen how you work, and I respect it. And I know this is not easy to put together. You know. The reason as to why I had to take some time was quite personal.
Right.
And I spoke to my dear sister before getting mic'd.
Right.
And I was advised to come back again and have that conversation.
Right.
You know. But, so we'll leave that at that. Anything else today?
We can ask you.
Yes, please.
But what happened on those days, we'll leave out.
Oh my goodness.
Right, fair enough. We'd respect that.
Thank you.
You're so good. You're so good. You're good. And I think, do you think that's actually the problem? That you are so good that you disappear.
Judy! I hear you, sir.
Yes.
I hear you.
That, because people see you, people saw Rattlesnake. You know, people saw Far From Home. They didn't leave you thinking that was anything but a great actor. But it's like you disappear into this character, and you do it so well that when people go, they forget that it was a person that acted. It wasn't a real thing. Do you think that wasn't what I was going to ask? I was going to ask something else, but do you think that's what it is?
That's a two-edged question, yeah? It's quite tricky, because this would be like an advice to actors that are coming up.
Right.
I studied theater arts.
Yes, at the University of Abuja.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, and before that, I've always been a child of the art.
Yes.
And by art, I mean performance.
Yeah.
You know, and I didn't quite understand the business of it. You know, give me a script, don't say anything else. Just give me a script.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. You handle that business.
Yeah.
Just give me a script, please. Just give me a character. Give me a character. That's all I keep hearing. You know, just give me a character. Give me a character. And it took me a while to morph into this person that I am now. And I say that God is intentional with me because the traction that I have now, I don't think I would have appreciated it when I was in my 20s.
Right.
You know,
Right.
I mean, like you've said and repeated, I'm good, right? So let's say Kevin shot this series 10 years ago. I probably would have been a mess, a hot mess by then.
Right.
You know, so it's it's so for actors that are coming up, right? Intentionality is something that it isn't taught in school, but you must allow yourself, right, experience not just the art, but the business of filmmaking. And I shut that part out. It was a conscious decision.
Right, to shut that part
To shut that out. I'm not going to be dancing on social media. I'm not going live to talk to a bunch of people I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, if you want to see me, if you want to know me, if you want to appreciate me, just
watch my films.
Watch my films, you know. I took my time to create this character. Look at this beautiful canvas. I took time to create this for you.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't done in a day. And it ought to take you more than a millennia for you to appreciate what I've done. So that used to be
your mindset.
my mindset.
Yeah.
But truly not anymore. I've got a TikTok show coming on, and we will dance together. You know, So yes, if you've got the magic as a performer, good for you.
Yeah.
You know, because there is God doing His business on your behalf, and there is you, okay, acknowledging that Baba is working, but I also need to
do my part.
Yes, I also need to do my part.
Right.
Don't just let it. Don't let it. Don't. You got to water the plant, or else it will wither away.
Yeah.
You know,
So is that what changed in your mindset?
Oh yes. It did.
Right.
It did. I'm going to be honest. It did. And I prayed about it. I didn't just, go spiritual or cosmic with it. I had to work. Now I take a lot of pictures. Oh my Chude, I have a catalog of photos. I'm smiling. I'm talking to the cameraman. On my way downstairs, I was, the BTS guys. We were just doing that thing, and I was smiling. Me before.
Yes.
Let
Let us go and do what we came to do.
I came here to have a conversation with Chude. Let's chop it up.
Yes.
And
you didn't even have a Twitter account until this year.
Bro. Twitter was just. Now I'm tweeting and reposting. Listen, I'm coming up with, topics. Let's chop it up. Let's engage. I'm human, for goodness sakes, you know. So and I didn't know this, and they don't teach you these things in school.
Yeah.
You don't teach you these things, and creatives need to know this.
Yeah.
It's not just about the art. I beg it. Listen, it's coming from me, right? Yes, you're gifted, my brother, my sister. Just fold that one. It's a gift. It's never going to leave you because you're going to keep servicing it, right? So just keep it aside.
Yeah.
There are other, there are other things that you need to pick up to be able to sustain yourself as a performer, as a creative, as an actor, And it needs to be a part of the curriculum for theater art students, for performance in different institutions around the country. Rather than picking up Shakespeare and telling Nigerian kids to go cram Othello and these people that didn't know anything about us.
Yeah.
Let us look within.
Yeah.
Let us tell our stories.
Yeah.
Let us conscientize our kids and let it be let it be African.
Yes.
Let it be Nigerian.
Let it be responsive to our reality.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We have a lot of Chimamandas coming up. We have a lot of Chimamandas right now.
Yeah.
So let's do adaptations of Chimamanda's work, Chinua Achebe, all the Olarotimi, all these people. I want to see films like that.
Yeah.
I remember in school I did a play. I can't remember who wrote it, but it was Oba Ovoranwen Ogbaisi.
Okay.
That was the first time I took a creative dive into the Edo
culture and
Edo
history.
culture, the Benin Kingdom.
Right.
Because I played the Oba.
Right.
So playing To Kill a Monkey, I had to call Oba Ovoranwen Ogbaisi,
Right.
and that channel helped me through creating the character Obos.
Yeah.
It was more like a foundation for me.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. What is it about? What if this is a question I'm going to borrow from an interview I like. What is it in your childhood that could help explain the man you are today?
Wow. I'm going to say I'm a mommy's boy if I go into that, I'm so grateful for Mrs. Joy, baby, Oshigwe. It's not easy for an Igbo woman to raise a son.
Hmm.
You know.
She raised you singly. Yes.
Yes.
She was a single mother.
Yes,
you know.
single mother. Single mother. I grew up in Port Harcourt.
Right.
You know, and being a mother in that town.
Yeah.
In that time.
Yes.
You know, it was a lot for her.
Mm.
You know, and I didn't know. When I was a kid. I was
You
the only
didn't
son.
know.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
You know. I didn't know that I was being formed and forged into a man by a woman.
Hmm.
And she's a superhero because it's not easy to train a boy child in Nigeria, especially when it's done by a single parent.
Yeah.
You know, I was a hot mess growing up.
Right.
Yeah. My mom made sure I had everything, you know. And I'm not saying that's why I was spoiled, but that's how I was just designed to be, you know. And just thinking about it every time I sit down in my quiet time and I reminisce on what my mom used to do for me.
Mm.
She beat the shit out of me, and I'm so grateful.
For that.
I'm not saying parents should beat their children,
Yeah.
but beat the shit out of them.
You're not saying they should, but they should. Yes.
I'm in front of Judy.
Yes.
If my mom did beat me, I would be having this conversation.
Yes.
You know.
My mom beat me merciless too.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, yes.
You know, and I'm so grateful for the ass whooping Chude.
Yes, as am I.
I wasn't, but now I can't look forward to it anymore. But if I was given the opportunity to go back in time, nah, that's just coming in from the door.
Yes.
Mommy, I put pepper on this cane and this belt.
Yes.
Look at your shoes. I like this one. The heel is longer.
Yeah.
You know, because we tend to trivialize these things, you know, because of social media and what man thinks they know, you know, consciousness.
Yeah.
Everybody calls it consciousness. I'm conscious. I'm not going to beat my kids and yada, yada, yada. Good for you.
Yes.
You know? My mother is the reason why I am the man that I am.
Mm.
And I am the man that I will continue to be.
Mm.
Because it's a process. You know, it's a process. It's go to school. It's go to church. Don't stay out late.
Mm.
If you want to take liquor, I have a bottle of J&B Brooks. I don't know if you had that at home, that big liquor. We had it at home. It was this big.
Right.
And every day she comes back, she would look at the bottle. Onyebuchi, you touch her hand. And I'd be like, no, Mom.
That is for those that don't know, did you touch this?
Yes, did you touch it? No, Mom. So she'd bring a bottle of beer and we'd sit down and she'd give me a little bit.
Right.
You know, she was my role model.
Mm.
You know, she is everything to me.
Mm.
You know, is everything to me.
Right.
And she's the reason I am here and I do what I do.
Yeah.
And I'll keep doing it.
Yeah. What do you mean by you were a hot mess as a child? What was going on?
Ooh, Jude. My goodness. Oh, man, I gave that woman shaggy.
Right.
Yeah, you know, as a kid.
Yeah.
You know, like I said, it's not easy being a single parent.
Mm.
She had to go to work.
Yeah.
I had maids.
Yes,
You know,
right.
not having a father figure isn't. It's quite difficult.
Mm.
You know, maximum respect to all the women out there taking care of their children by themselves.
Right.
But my goodness, you need a man in your life. If you don't want to get married, you need your brother in your life to take.
Right.
You just need a father figure for those boys.
Right.
It's easy with them girls, if as a mother, but for a boy, an African boy, a Nigerian boy, let me dumb it down. Let me bring it home. An Igbo boy.
Yeah.
Me need a mpage. And if daddy isn't there, I'm telling you that's listening right now, if you're a teenager, you know, your 20s, your 30s, look for a role model, a man that you know has done well, not just for himself, but for the society. I don't mean thieves. I don't mean all these politicians that are thieves. I don't mean people that are stealing money back and forth. I mean people that you know for a fact. It's not about religion. No, it's not about religion. Don't get carried away. a lot of religious people that are doing evil things, shitty things.
Yeah.
So look for somebody that you can. If you can't reach on social media, is going to help you. So you keep tabs on them because you need that father figure in your life.
Right.
And I know that she did all that she could. You know, she's a woman.
Yeah.
But I'm a boy.
Yeah.
Being raised in Port Harcourt.
Yes.
You know, at the time, Port Harcourt was hot.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
it wasn't Abuja
Yeah.
or Jos.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, it was Lagos, Port Harcourt, and
those two first.
yes, actually.
Those, and maybe
then the
Warri.
rest.
But
Warri.
Lagos, Port
I was going to say Warri, but
yes. Lagos, Port Harcourt.
Lagos,
Yes.
Port Harcourt.
Yes.
You know, so Port Harcourt was hot, and we lived in GRA. You know, I went to private schools. I had rich friends. My mother did everything to make sure I was okay. You know, my mother was just, my God, I can keep, listen, we could go on and on, you know, but I'm just trying to say that to answer your question, the man that I am today and the man that I will continue to be is because of Mrs. Joy.
Yeah. These are the interviews that make this job so worth it. Thank you, Buchi, for sharing your life, your power, your brilliance with all of us today. Let's be human together. We need you to subscribe, yo. And the reason is simple. The kinds of conversations, the kinds of words that we construct with our conversations on with Chude are driven by a vision of the kind of world I want to see, you know. You are the most important person in this entire ecosystem. You subscribing monthly. So do go ahead, subscribe. Ask somebody else to subscribe. Advise somebody else to subscribe. Refer to someone to subscribe. And don't forget to leave a review or drop a rating. It helps more people discover this podcast. It matters, truly. Thank you as we continue to be human together.
We are local.
The international community is observing the
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the move by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Season's greetings, Nigeria. I'm sure you enjoyed your weekend, right? It was a long and interesting one over here in ENUGU State. And of course, we are fast.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
The 250-page book is a reflection on the life, ideals, and political journey of Peter Obi, the Labour Party 2023 presidential candidate, whose campaign sparked what many described as a generational shift in Nigerian politics. Peter Obi, who was a special guest, told the audience that the battle for a better Nigeria was far from over. He stated that any country where those in government are richer than those in business can only be produced in poverty. Peter Obi called on Nigerians to remain steadfast in their sacrifice, urging them to continue the fight against incompetent leadership and entrenched criminality in public institutions.
Any country, those in government are richer than those in business, is producing poverty. Nigerians are in refugee camp in their own country. Nigerians are refugees in Chad. Nigerians are refugees in Cameroon. And we are not at war. The only reason is that we don't have a government. Who cares for it? People are being killed daily. Nobody goes to say to them, we're sorry. Nobody visits them. Nobody cares. All you get in Nigeria is that some people are rich so they can afford to celebrate. We're not going to where we're going to do celebration, close streets, do this and everything. And that is what we want to dismantle. So that it will be good for everybody. I'm only thanking you people for your commitment, staying on, and assuring you people that if we work together, we will dismantle them.
Acting National Chairman of Labour Party, Senator Nenadi Usman, reviewed the book, described it as a roadmap of resistance and reform. She noted that the book captures not just Peter Obi's political vision, but also the turbulence of the 2023 elections and the rebirth of hope through the strength of the obedience movement. According to her, the movement now stands as a symbol of civil courage and a new political consciousness in Nigeria.
The 250-page book we are celebrating today does not only examine His Excellency Peter Obi's public service, but it invites us to consider the bigger picture, the inevitability of a new Nigeria. Indeed, as we said some moments ago, a new Nigeria is possible. Through the 26 illuminating chapters, we are taken on a journey of disruption, reform, resistance, and rebirth. From the echoes of the 1999's democratic rebirth to the turbulence of the 2023 general elections, the book explores not just the man, but the obedient movement, which has become an emblem of youth political awakening and civic courage in Nigeria.
Also speaking at the lunch, renowned academic and public affairs analyst Professor Sam Amadi described Nigeria as a failing contradiction plagued by ethnic, religious, and economic dysfunction. He stressed that the solution lies in a ballot box revolution, a peaceful and decisive rejection of the false system and values that have long governed the nation's institutions.
Nigeria's survival depends and derives from a successful revolution defined by two basic ideas. The first is the idea of democratic citizenship, and the second is the idea of democratic developmentalism. Nigeria has not been able to transform because of low energy politics, low energy, elitist politics, structure, co-ops, political leaders, then governors, honorable members, they sign agreements, give them return ticket, low energy politics. We need a high energy politics that focuses on the people, that goes to the grassroots, that mobilizes people, that is strong on messaging, that is revolutionary, in that is driven by a passion for change and transformation.
The book launch was more than just a literary event. It was a bold reaffirmation of a movement that continues to challenge the status quo, as calls for accountability, transparency, and structural change echoes across the country. Obi, the political change agent, may well become both a historical record and a rallying cry for the next chapter in Nigeria's democratic journey. In Abuja, I am Chimize Izadima for Signature TV.
We are local.
The international community is observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Season's greetings, Nigeria. I'm sure you enjoyed your weekend, right? It was a long and interesting one over here in ENUGU State. And of course, we are fast approaching Christmas. Christmas should be next week. Alright, so as the year is coming to an end, E-Vibes takes time to look back at the sounds that shaped our music culture. And today we are pressing rewind on reggae. In a year where different genres fought for attention, reggae held its ground through artists who stayed true to the message and the movement. From the conscious delivery of Tanai Brown to the fearless revolutionary spirit of Soul Rebel and Kennedy, these voices carried the culture forward and kept reggae alive on the scene. This is our reggae retrospect on E-Vibes. So, take a look.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on E-Vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So,
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
For reggae artists to always be on dreadlocks.
Well, I think it's a style that identifies Rasta. It's a hair type that says a little bit of rebellion, but a little bit of embracing who I am naturally. And if I leave my hair out, if I don't comb it, it's going to coil up and, it's going to lock up because naturally that's what our hair does. And we do believe in being natural, embracing nature, and just showing that side of ourselves. So some Rasta, they're Congo, so their hair are thick and, they might have 10 locks on their head or whatever. And then some of us, I'm very feminine, so I wear my dreadlocks a little bit smaller. Sometimes I put curls or knots in them. So I do think that some people feel that a reggae artist or a reggae act should have dreadlocks. However, it's something that I love, and I always love seeing it. So I think if it's something unique to our culture and if it brings good vibrations, then we should just keep doing it. I love my dreadlocks.
All right. Okay, on a more personal level, how has your journey as a reggae artist and songwriter shaped you both creatively and personally?
I've learned to be very flexible because in many situations, things might not turn out exactly as you planned. I might go to a stage show and maybe, there are too many acts there and maybe I don't get a chance to perform the long set that I, rehearsed or that I practiced. So I learned to be flexible. I learned to adapt to the situation. And I also carry that in life with me, just the adaptability. I think also you always have to be ready to be ready. So, anything can happen and someone might say, you know what, you're the opener for the show when you are supposed to be, in the middle, or you're supposed to come on at 10:30. So just doing this music has kept me on my toes. It's kept me ready for anything. It's kept me adaptable. It's kept me flexible. It makes me versatile when I express myself. I don't just use words, but I can use melodies and different sounds from the genre to express myself. So I really enjoy it. It is a tough journey because, like I said, things don't always go as you plan it, but it does fortify you as a person. It makes you proud to express, these years and years of this culture that you're able to share with the world. So I feel that I'm in benefit of doing reggae music, and that it's grown me as a person. It's helped to shape me into being more adaptable and more flexible as a person.
Interesting. All right. Reggae is evolving quickly, especially with new digital platforms and global audiences. How do you see the genre staying true to its soul while embracing this new era?
I think what happens with a lot of us as artists, we dig into the crates because we are inspired by Bob Marley. We're inspired by Sizzla. We're inspired, by Garnet Silk, Peter Tosh. We're inspired by, the I3s, Judy Mowat, Marcia Griffiths, Rita Marley. Once we start to tap into that inspiration, part of us wants to represent that. And I believe that the more that we kind of go back and see where the music is coming from, where the art is coming from, it influences us. Some of us might want to do a bam bam like Sister Nancy, because that song did really well. But the idea was originated by Toots and the Maytals, So even back then, the influence of the music was, pushing new artists into the space. So we know that if we go back and we go on stage and a group does not know our music, if I sing a Bob Marley song, immediately I can connect with my audience. If I sing a Marcia Griffith song, immediately I can connect with my audience and they can sing along with me, just like my song, King Majesty. It's coming from 60 years ago. Many different persons did it. And when I put my spin on it, the original was Queen Majesty. But when I put my spin on it and called it King Majesty, people were able to say, oh, I remember that song. Okay, this is her version. I like it, and they're able to identify with me. So they might not know me yet as a young artist, but they're familiar with a sound. And I think a lot of us as artists, we use that familiar sound and that influence in our craft to bring our music to the world, to express our own voice to the world.
Absolutely. So we're also seeing more women and young voices rising to reggae. How do you feel reggae empowers these groups, and what role do you hope to play in that movement?
Well, now we have loads of new acts, and we've always had the acts growing and the new voices and so growing. I believe that in reggae music, it's very wide, You can do roots and culture. You can do dance hall. I know that a lot of people want to separate the genres, but the reality is dance hall comes from reggae. The rock steady comes, gives you that reggae vibe. There are times when us as women, we might feel like, maybe we don't get the same attention for doing the music, and so we might switch up the genre to get attention. We might sing a lover's rock and they might say, oh, that song gave me a good vibe, her voice is beautiful, and then we can infuse the soul into the reggae music. So, I mean, I feel like, and then there are some of us that we do dance hall. It's quick, it's trendy, you know, your voice is maybe heard a little bit quicker, you know, maybe your versatility is shown, you know, more easily, doing more trendy dance hall, fusion type music. You know, I just feel like once you tap into any one of those genres, um you know, your voice will be heard eventually. And I think it has also a lot to do with just how you promote yourself, who is your team, you know. So I'm grateful to my team, you know, Hit Right Inc., VIP Code, Music Media Management, just for me to be able to still be in my zone, still do my genre, still love reggae music, and I don't have to do too much excitement to be seen, because the promotion really works for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's impressive. So, as a child with music theory and keyboarding lessons on Saturday, church choir on Sunday, and the Jamaican Cultural Development Commission programs throughout your schooling years, I mean, your love for performing arts grew extensively. Can you walk us through how that was a step to take you to where you are today?
I think every time I'm going to do something, whether I'm going to perform, like the other day, we had the Grammy certificate ceremony held in Jamaica through Back to the Future music. And I was able to sing the national anthem. And one of it was just how you carry yourself. How do you stand? How do you project your voice? Those are some of the things I learned as a child, you know, going to school, in my primary school, in Yorkton, and, you know, going to high school in Kingston at Holy Childhood High. We had to practice. Our teachers would bring us out on the lawns or in the auditorium, line us up, and we would have to check for our spots, listen for the timing. When do we come in? You know, like I said, go to rehearsals, you know, and get familiar with the music, or get familiar with what you're going to be performing, you know, project, look at your audience, you know, make eye contact. These things are things I learned from those JCDC days and from those primary school days growing up. And they're still with me now, you know. Just the other day when I was singing the national anthem for Back to the Future music, it was like I was back in school. I was back in my primary school. We had to sing the anthem, you know, every day as part of the, you know, the way to start the day. So that never ever leaves me. And so every time I touch a stage, you know, the poise, where do I stand? Where do I look? How do I project? Those things have been with me from when I was a child, and they still strengthen me now.
Absolutely. So, as a talented female reggae artist and songwriter, you bring a powerful voice to a genre rich with history and heart. To start, what inspired you to begin writing songs, especially within the reggae? Because, I mean, something must have inspired you, something must have pushed you to say, oh, I'm going for reggae, whether they like it or yes.
Yes, when I first got into music and I would tell some of my friends, they would be like, oh, you're gonna do like Beanie Man music, you're gonna sing some dance hall, you're gonna, you know. And I was like, actually, no, you know, my father and his band, they play rubber dub music. You know, I listen at home, I listen to roots rock reggae music, and that's the type of singer, you know, I'm going to be. Oh no, am I here? Yes. Sorry about that. That's the type of singer, you know, I'm going to be. The inspiration really came from hearing, like when my dad would say, oh, listen to this Burning Spear. I played drums on it. I connected with it. And when I would hear like some of that Bob Marley music, and I connected with it, and I know how the world felt when they heard it. Like some of Bob Marley music was used to liberate Africa, to fight apartheid. The context of those content of those lyrics and the context being used was used to free us, you know, as Black people in all different, you know, ways and means. So I wanted to be a part of that. I wanted to sing something that was going to uplift people. I wanted to write something that could make, you know, people feel better about themselves. Maybe if there was an issue like apartheid or something going on that people needed to become aware of, I could bring light to it. So I started to focus on songwriting the minute that I realized the impact of a Bob Marley in the world, or the impact of Marcia Griffiths in the world. I said, listen, I'm going to write. And I remember I wrote a song about blessed love and Rastafari. And, you know, now I write about all different sorts of things. Last night I was writing a song about, you know, Jah leading his people safely home, you know, because I feel like we're kind of despondent out here sometimes. So the music to uplift, that's something that brought me joy. That made me feel like, you know what? If I can write something that brings light or brings life, then that would be good. You know, I would feel like I was doing a good thing. And I always loved music. I was always a part of music. So when I started to think about writing, I thought about people, I thought about impact. And then later on in life, I also thought about love, you know. I wanted to say what I felt about a heartbreak or what I felt about falling in love. And I just knew that that would impact and people would be able to relate, you know, and it pushed me even more to want to become, you know, a diversified writer.
That's great. All right, women in reggae have always had a unique, vital role. How has being a female artist shaped your approach to writing and performing reggae music?
I feel like most of the time a person sees a woman, they think they're about to sing a love song, right? And I never wanted to project that. I love singers like Nina Simone and Aretha Franklin as well, those soul music artists. But they were also activists, you know. Even Aretha Franklin did a whole gospel album, and I was impacted by that, you know. So I feel though women have a feminine side, and you know, I've written beautiful love songs, and like I said, I've written songs about heartbreak. I've always been inspired by women like Nina Simone, you know, singing songs like Baltimore. I've been inspired by, you know, Marcia Griffith singing songs like Fire Burning that really brought light to things that were happening in society. And I love how that looks and how it feels, and that inspires me. So even though, yeah, I know that they might want to hear a love song or two, I'm not afraid to express, you know, how I feel about life, about growing up, about a tough society, about, you know, encouraging someone to stay on track and to do good every time, you know. So I mean, I feel free in the genre to kind of do and write whatever I feel, bring to life whatever I feel, and because I know someone is going to connect with it, and it's not always about a love song coming from a woman, you know, because Nina Simone, you know, Aretha Franklin, you know, I will survive, you know, that type of way. I love
All right, so
that,
we
you
often
know.
hear references to Jah, Babylon, Zion, and all that. I want to know if it's a flagship statement and why reggae artists make such references.
So Jah in our culture represents what you call Jehovah or God, you know. Reggae is spirit music and message music. So when we say Jah, he just brought God into the chat. You know what I mean? When we say Babylon, we're not necessarily speaking about one place. We're talking about a mindset of imperialism, a mindset of colonialism, a mindset that kind of, it doesn't bring, it's not positive. It's not good, it's negative. So that's what Babylon represents. So Babylon is not just a person, place, or thing. It's really a mindset. And whenever that comes into the reggae music, it's because we want to make reference to the negative energy that we're trying to block, you know? or the negative energy we're fighting against. We call that Babylon. And that positive energy, the source of our life and our light, we refer to that as Jah. So reggae is message music. Most of reggae music are odes and pieces to Jah Rastafari. You know, I mean, the content has definitely evolved, like I've said. However, whenever we say Jah, we're talking about God, because God have to be in the message. That's how the reggae has evolved. And when we say Babylon, that's how we are burn. And that's how we are fight against, you know, the system, you know, whether it's abuse or whether it's, you know, some negative trauma that has caused the system to, you know, spiral down or fall out of control. That is what Babylon is. So when you hear those things, it's a part of our jargon in the reggae music, you know, and that's what it represents.
All right, so we're gonna play one of your music, King Majesty. So, yeah, let's have a view of that.
King Majesty, may I speak to thee? So much I've longed to say to you alone. Truly I agree, I'm not of your society. One day I'll be your queen.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
As the lead singer, I had an experience where I was very nervous, as it was at the time. It was the first time I was really singing with a full band. And the third song, I was just getting comfortable, and the lead came out of the mic and I didn't realize. And a friend of mine standing in front of me says, "Tanai, the leads come out of the mic." So that was one of my most embarrassing moments. But as they say in show business, the show must go on. And so I just bend down and pick up the lead, plug it back in the mic, and carried on singing.
All right. So how did growing up in the UK influence your sound and message?
It influenced us a lot, because as I say, growing up as young youths, everything was political. Even the sounds and message coming out of Jamaica, it was all political. If you go back to some of the 70s and 80s, you know, many references was to the black cause and the liberation of Africa. Yes, so it's always been there, as far as I can remember.
Absolutely. When did you realize that reggae was your true calling? Was it when you were tender or as a teenager? Because I mean, you said Bob Marley had a very huge influence on you. So at what point did you realize that reggae was your true calling?
I think it was just before I joined the band, because I used to be involved in what they call sound systems. And so I used to DJ on a sound system. And that's where my love for reggae music really grew. It was from the sound system. And then I progressed into singing with bands and recording music and so forth, you know.
All right. Now, reggae has always carried a message, like you said. I mean, message of unity and resistance. What messages are most important for you to share through your song?
For me, it is about awareness. It is about our story, the history of us being told by us and not by some foreigner. You know, and the upliftment of our people, you know, in the diaspora and on the continent. You know, that's my personal aim, to be honest, to raise awareness and, you know, spread the love, because we need more love amongst us, you know? Yeah, without a doubt.
Absolutely. Now, you know, you released Rebel Soul song, I want to know, what does being a rebel soul mean to you personally?
Being a rebel soul, well, my album, I have a list of different people from back in the day to today. Bob Marley's included on that. Nelson Mandela is included on that. I call them all rebel souls. And so the definition of a rebel soul to me is someone that stands up and be counted. When they see things not going right, you know, they protest it with their mouth at least. You know? We don't just sit around and, you know, and do nothing. Doing nothing solves nothing. So we have to do something, even if it's just to speak, you know, to inspire somebody. Yes, we have to do that. So as rebel souls, you know, there are people that stood up, like Marcus Garvey stood up, you know, was counted. And, you know, over the years, many African leaders have stood up, you know, and been counted, you know. So, you know, what can I say? That's the message that I want to relay throughout my musical life, and to spread the love. Always spreading the love.
Interesting. So do you believe reggae still has the same social impact it did in Bob Marley's era?
Yeah, man. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. Reggae music.
Okay.
Let me tell everybody, right? Reggae music is the only music that speaks about everything and anything. So it speaks about things that are to our detriment, but it also speaks about things that are to our betterment. Whereas most music don't do that. They focus on particular elements. But reggae music, you know, it speaks on all subjects. Whether it's oppression, whether it's love, whether it's lightheartedness, you know, reggae music covers all the boundaries. And so for me, reggae music will never die. They've tried to hold it down because it has what we know as in Jamaica word, sound, and power. And you, as my mother would say, your word is power. And so the powers that be, they don't want the word, sound, and power to come true. So that in itself is a testament that reggae music is strong, alive, and kicking. And me, says Tanai Brown, it will never die.
Interesting. Tanai, you know, reggae has always been more than music. It's a movement. I mean, you've been saying a whole lot about it. In your view, what makes reggae such a powerful force for change? I mean, in the society and the world today.
Well, you see, as I said earlier, and I'll reiterate, is that reggae music is all about the message, you see, and it touches on many subjects, you know, that other music does not do. You know, there's many subjects that reggae music touches on, whether it's political, you know, in the political sense, in the political arena, or, you know, on the stage of, you know, love between a man and a woman, but then love between the brotherhood of man, a unity, you know, of the community, bringing the community together, mobilizing the community. You know, that's part of what reggae music is about. As you say, it is about a movement, you know, of spreading love, spreading the message, you know, of us African people. You know, we have contributed so much to society on a whole, to the world, and they don't give us enough credit. And reggae music will big it up every time. We'll big up Africa and black people the world over every time. Yes.
Absolutely. You know, to follow up with that, your song often speak about love, peace, and upliftment. How do you see reggae bringing people together across different cultures and backgrounds?
Well, Reggae music testifies all by itself and doesn't need me to do that, because you go all around the world. Every year they have one of the biggest reggae festivals in the world. It's at Rotterdam in Spain. And it's for 8-9 days of pure reggae music. And it's mostly Europeans. It's a mixed crowd, but mostly Europeans. Germany is the next biggest reggae festival. Then you have India, Goa, they have big reggae festival. Never mind the States and other parts of Europe. You know, so reggae music is not dying for now, that's for sure. Because if you ever go to a reggae festival, you will see people cannot keep their foot still. Reggae music, that beat, that sound, that essence, you know, it touches everyone in some kind of way. Everyone.
Wow. I could actually feel the power from your voice.
Back to the Future is we like to recycle everything. So we have a weekly newsletter. That weekly newsletter is populated by news stories of what our clients have been up to in the past week. So when we're doing that research, it became a waste because every week we have to follow our clients and see what they're up to. So I was doing all this research, so I turned that into the newsletter. So with that newsletter now, we come into the Grammy conversation. We have a client by the name of Ansel Collins. So Ansel Collins, a legendary musician. There's a recording called Double Barrel, which in 1969 was the first ever recording by two males to top the British national charts. That song was called Double Barrel by Dave and Ansel Collins. So Ansel Collins, jobbing musician, keyboardist extraordinaire. So 2 years ago, so the end of 2023, he puts up posts on Facebook and he's holding this Grammy certificate. So I'm like, Mr. Collins, where from this certificate all of a sudden, and why is it that you're just one day you just post up this picture of you and this Grammy certificate? So he tells me that he just received it. And I'm like, well, what for? So now a bit of history. 1985 is the incorporation of reggae music as a category in the Grammys. That certificate was won by a band called Black Uhuru. 1986, you had a gentleman by the name of Jimmy Cliff who won that year's Reggae Grammy. And it was on that album Ansel Collins had played. So his daughter was doing some research for him, and so she was putting together a website for her. Sorry, his daughter-in-law was putting a website together. So she was doing some research, and she said, so Daddy, where's your Grammy? And he said, which Grammy? So she does the research and goes to the academy, orders the certificate, and there we are on Facebook, and he's holding the certificate. So I'm like, Mr. Collins, this is a big deal. You can't just put it up on Facebook and leave it like that. So we commissioned an article, published said article at the front of our newsletter, and other clients started calling and saying, I think we're supposed to get one of them something there, as we'd say in Jamaica. So then I get another call, and I'm like, hold on, what's going on here? So then I go back to the year 1985. This is where the journalist comes back into play. So I go back to the year 1985, trawl the Grammy certificates and the nominated albums, sorry, the Grammy award-winning albums and nominated albums. So if you play or if you contribute on a Grammy-winning project or a Grammy-nominated project, you can also get a certificate for participating. So from 2024 all the way back to 1985, trawled all of those projects and found out that we were eligible to apply for 105 certificates. So we wound up ordering 72, and that was the birth of the Grammy certificate ceremonies. So we did the first one in Florida, and we ended up in London in 2024. But the big one was in Kingston, Jamaica. And the second staging of that is what you saw snippets of just a minute ago.
What's your take on the current state of the music industry, especially for independent artists? It got unnoticed that most artist managers, producers, promoters, and all that tend to use social media as a tool to promote artists and their music instead of the way it used to be then. Either they go to radio stations or they go to TV stations. So what's your take on that?
Well, it's just utilizing the tools that you have. So utilizing social media to help promote your product is not bad. What becomes bad is when artists cannot separate the social media from the real world. So you would have an artist who may have had a viral moment and had 100,000, a million, 2 million streams, say, and all of a sudden they think that they have 2 million fans. That's not what you had. You had 2 million sets of eyeballs viewing your post, but that does not necessarily translate into you having 2 million fans. The way that we can tell how many fans you have then is if and when you follow your market and try to do a show, and then we see how many people would actually pay to come and see you perform. So social media is great, but it is only a tool. Where it goes wrong is if you think that your social media presence is your actual presence in this music world. That's where the problem lies.
Totally, I understand. All right, so before we let you go, what's one mistake you see a lot of new artists or labels make right now?
As I said, with the social media, I mean, we are in a flux at the moment. We don't know exactly what tomorrow will bring, because we have these two letters that are hanging over us like a specter, being AI. And I've seen where a couple of producers have advertised the fact that their latest projects are AI assisted. So they're using it as a marketing tool, but the danger here is that you use it as a marketing tool, and then all of a sudden it becomes it becomes you, if you like. So there's one scenario where a producer has advertised the fact that he's actually signed an AI artist. This is a problem, because what's going to happen with the actual artists now? Because over the years, what we get to find is that, especially with ladies, say, if you're an artist manager, it's quite expensive to manage a lady, because the lady cannot go on stage wearing the same dress twice. She always has to make sure that the hair is good, the makeup is good, she looks good, the dress looks good, every blessed time. Now, I have an AI artist. I don't have to worry about all of that. I just press a button, and it's easy for me to change the dress, change the color, change the style, even change the features of the artist if I want. This is the easy way out. But the problem is that we can see a time where this will affect the creativity of the human being. This is the specter that we're facing this time. So we're hoping that, well, for me, I'm finding that I'm receiving songs, I'm receiving articles and stuff, and I can tell that this has not really got human touch. It's a bit too perfect. So I'm looking for the quirks. I'm looking for the humanity in things. I want to speak to people. I don't want to speak to a machine. I don't want to speak to a phone when I'm trying to speak to somebody about a problem that I have. And I'm going off on a total different rant.
Impressive. Thank you so much, Kennedy President Mensah, for joining us for this conversation this afternoon. I'm sure you had a great time doing this with us.
I did indeed. I hope one day to do this in person. So I'm waiting on my invitation to come to Lagos,
to Nigeria.
I don't mind whichever one. I will be there.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Same to you.
Okay. All right. We just finished with Kennedy President Mensah, the CEO to Back to the Future Music. Up next is another guest which we'll be having live here in the studio, so stay with us.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
What role has winning these Junos played in opening doors for you in collaboration, exposure, or new markets?
It opens doors in places that, especially in Canada, a lot of people, whenever they hear reggae music, they only think about Bob Marley, right? So for me to win and be nominated consistently, it gave those people that only recognize Bob Marley like a nudge to say, hey, who is this person? You know, maybe you should go listen to their songs. And when they do, they find that the message isn't different. It's a continuation without it being a cover act. I'm not singing Bob Marley's music. You know what I mean? It is Kurt Diamond's music from Kurt Diamond's perspective. As much as Bob Marley's music is, you know, it transcends through time, they now can say, well, there's more to reggae music than just Bob Marley, right? And I hope that what that does is it sends them down a rabbit hole, so to speak, where they can discover other reggae acts or other reggae artists that has the same message and see that we too take music very seriously. We fuse reggae with jazz, we fuse reggae with blues, we fuse reggae with rock. You know, like Bob said, roots, rock, reggae, we do all of that. And the Junos has allowed a lot of doors to be open where I'm able to go and perform on a rock festival. I can go perform at a jazz festival, which I've headlined, you know, as a reggae artist headlining a jazz festival. And I believe that year it was Andre 3000 from the Outcast that was headlining as well on another day. So, you know, just to say that my name is in these lights with these, you know, celebrities are these big stars. The Junos have surely paved the way and opened doors for me in that regard.
Great, great. Now, I would like to know, were there moments where you felt overlooked or disappointed in nomination cycles? And how did you stay motivated through those periods?
Yeah, there's have been losses that, you know, hurt because I felt like I deserved it, you know, but it's never anything that, you know, it's never anything that I take too personally because I know that just as much as I work hard, everybody else that is nominated is working just as hard, you know, and I love to see when people fulfill and get rewarded for their work. Me being nominated, and I've won so much times already, I like to see when new people come, or even if you've been there consistently nominated and you finally get that one, I love to see the joy, you know, on their faces and the relief of finally winning. But yeah, man, there's surely been some that, trust me, hurt.
All right, all right. So with dread and past wins, yeah, how do you balance meeting expectations set by your past awards while still pushing your sound forward?
Say that one more time.
I said with dread and past wins, right? How do you balance meeting expectations set by your past awards while still pushing your sound forward?
Oh, that is probably the easiest part because I'm always working. I'm always working. So, you know, while Jed was being nominated for the Juno when it won, we were already 90% done the next album. And I was halfway through writing the book that goes with that next album. Right. So I'm just always, you know, focused on the work, on the music. So there's really no pressure when it comes to you know, following Jed or following any other win or anything like that because I'm always working and it's always in the same lane. The only thing that changes now is that now that I've been to Africa, like I have now there's more stuff that I didn't know how to say. Now I want to say it. So it's just about figuring out how to get it on and, you know, collaborating with more artists from the continent and have an African perspective, either album or EP. That's the only thing now that I'm trying to figure out how to execute.
All right. Now, do you think awards help reshape how reggae is perceived in Canada and abroad, particularly conscious reggae? And what would you like your wins to inspire the young reggae artists?
Well, that's the thing, right? There's rumors that if we're doing conscious reggae, then, we don't get anything. We won't, no one will want to hear it, or you won't be awarded for it. And that is because, the hype is always so loud. The dancehall artists that are touring, their social media is always so loud, is always so enticing, especially to the younger people. Um, but with the awards now for the conscious music and stuff like that, trust me, everything has its space, right? So it's never just as though there's a lot of dancehall fans, there's a lot of reggae fans as well, all over the world. Um, there's places in the world that dancehall isn't played, it's just reggae music, you know. But these are things that, we hardly get to hear about because social media is so loud when it comes to pushing trends or pushing, what's new, what's hot. But, reggae is a slow burn. So you'll be all right.
Okay, so before we let you go, yeah, having achieved
Mhm.
multiple milestones already, what's the next big benchmark or dream award you want to win, or project you want to be recognized for?
Um, I have well, like I said, the book that I wrote for the next album, that next album's called Poetic Revolution. And I wrote a book that goes along with the album. So every song on the album is actually a chapter in the book. And I think writing the book, I that is what I want to be recognized for, that I actually made some piece of literature that can be read, that can be held and read. Because I don't think we push reading enough as a culture, you know. So yeah, maybe that.
Just that?
But that's a good question though. As far as awards, um, the Grammy, of course, because once you go there, it is, even though the Juno is the Canadian equivalent to the Grammy, but when you go Grammy, the big one, then now the entire world has to understand and realize that you are making headways with this culture, with this music, that, you know, they need to be taken note of and take notes of not just people that are on the island of Jamaica, but people that are making conscious music worldwide.
Yeah. I was actually expecting you to mention Grammy Award, and you did. All right, big thanks to you, Kirk Diamond, for your amazing journey from the Juno Wings to representing reggae all the way in Botswana. Keep shining and
Thank you.
spreading those positive vibes. We are watching
I
what's
appreciate it.
next, like your book and the new album.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
You as well.
All right. Yeah, the show has come to an end. I'm sorry I couldn't reveal movie trends to you. I'll do that next week. Enjoy your weekend. Make sure you leave the house. Don't sleep on your bed this time. All right? And of course, follow all our social media platforms. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. And join us same time tomorrow for more interesting and insightful stories and conversation only on E-Vibes, the entertainment show. I remain your baby girl, Queenette Wokunta. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV. Hello and welcome to Inside Health on Signature TV, a show where we break down complex health issues into bite-sized information enough to help you take care of your health and your well-being. Well, today we'll be discussing, rather we'll be stepping into the world of sickle cell disease. I'm sure you must have heard of that ailment, sickle cell disease. And our guests on the show aren't new to the subject matter, a medical doctor and a sickle cell warrior. They'll be duly introduced after now. I'm your guest, Chigi Chiagoram. Don't forget you can be a part of this conversation, of course, by going over to our social media platforms on YouTube, Facebook, TikTok at Signature TV Official. You can go comment, like, share, and don't forget to subscribe. We are live 247 on SLTV on channel 265, and you can download Signature TV app from your Google Play Store so you can get notifications each time we have a new episode. Don't go anywhere. Inside Health continues after now.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Well, sickle cell is marked by unprecedented pain, countless visits to the hospital, And of course, the emotional toll is also unprecedented, of course, on the families. Well, today we are discussing from crisis to care, living with sickle cell in Nigeria. Our guests, as I promised, are very well known individuals in the area of health and, of course, a non-governmental organization. Our first guest is in the studio, Dr. Chima Chidubim. He's a medical practitioner. And our second guest joining us via Zoom is Obilight Ogbonnia. He's also the founder of Obi Ogbonnia Sickle Cell Foundation. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me on the show. Doc, of course, you're no longer a new face on the show. Thank you.
For having me.
Absolutely. And if you can hear us clearly, Obilight, thank you for making our time to join us today on the show.
Thank you, Dr. Shege, for having me on the show. And hello, Doctor.
Right. So let's just get into the topic, the subject matter for the day. I'll start with you, Doc. Like I always do, you're already aware of my style of interview. We want to know the basic meanings of certain things. Today we're talking about sickle cell disease. What exactly is sickle cell disease? Is it the same thing with sickle cell anemia? Because we hear about sickle cell anemia and then sickle cell disease. Are they one and the same? And how will you describe